Hello. It is Final Fantasy XIV. It's the 14th Final Fantasy. And we're really close to, like, being done with what exists in the game right now. Kind of. All of the completable stuff, anyway. Because this is 6.4 of the main story. Whereas the most recent main story patch is 6.5. So, yeah, that's weird. Sucro found a bird. And also a new jacket. And also I have a different controller that I hopefully don't mess up during a boss fight and kill everyone with. Also, it's Starlight Celebration, so there are some Santas around. Here and there. You may meet an unexpected Santaman. But yeah, 6.4, and there's not really much to do before I go, except for check my retainers, I guess. What do the funny retainers have today? Thank you for petting Calico. The funny retainers have dollars from selling things that I found. I actually have money now. It's also a weird thing that's happening. Did you have that? No. Oh, I forgot to deposit all of my dye that I was looking at. Oh. Free money just dropped. Or I could use that for an outfit, I suppose. But, yeah. Hold on, I have to manage my inventory. This is the preliminary portion of the stream, where something must be done to fill time. How much is this worth? 333,000 each. That's pretty good. Welcome to money-making game. Anyway, I guess I might as well just go ahead and start. Which means we need to go over here. Last time, on the main story, we vanquished the other two of the four fiends, or the four archfiends. Hello and welcome. Kanyatso and Rubicante are no more, meaning that only Golbez is left as far as we're aware. But apparently we're going to do something involving curry, probably, maybe? Right! Yes, thank you for the reminder. Not that I can do anything about that. Shirtless Sistinian and food-related shenanigans are upcoming. Someone is hollering behind Zero. Guess we just go, huh? Sucro, 'tis good to see you. Have you any news from old Charlayan? We've yet to hear from Yastola regarding her search for a means to return to the Void. I must confess that her silence has left me feeling restless. Nor am I alone in this. Istinian has such an excess of energy that he's been helping to train our soldiers with nary a grumble. As for Zero... She was waiting for her cue, apparently. Is something the matter? No, Sucro paid us a visit, and so I was apprising her of recent developments, or the lack thereof. Are you heading somewhere? Aye. to replenish my ether. Thinking. Would you like to come? So you mean eating food, right? Just like regular? A rare but most welcome invitation. Timely too, I might add. I myself was thinking of venturing out into the city. It'd be my pleasure to join you. You will accompany us, of course. Nod. Come then. I have an errand to run at the bazaar first. Zero probably has to exchange some tomestones for, like, upgrade materials or something. If you would gauge the city's prosperity, there is no surer way than to visit the bazaar and observe the people. This I learned from Ahiwan and his predecessors. You're with Mr. Zero. How rare to see her with others. I'm picking up some more spice. Merit told me to do so before my next visit. Mr. Zero has quite the tolerance, you see. The sisters know we Hanish are fond of spicy food, but I doubt any of us could keep up with her. With just the spices they normally have on hand, the Mayan can't quite satisfy her, which is why I'm happy to provide what they need to achieve more rigorous flavors. Now then, variety being the spice of life, perhaps you'd like to choose something extra to blend with Mr. Zero's usual. It'll help to keep things interesting, what do you say? Fine by me. You can appreciate the nuances of this world's sustenance far better than I can, I expect. Spice choice, huh? So long as it's stimulating, I care not what you choose. What impressive samples. You'll not find a larger or finer selection in all the world. You're welcome to sample the spices, but bear in mind that what I recommend to Mr. Zero is potent. Yeah, seems to be the case. A colorful array of spices peer out from hempen sacks. A lustrous crimson powder, the aromatic black corns, the little red husks, or the coarse yellow flakes. Well, everyone knows that red is the color of spice. Bright red in color, this powder is hot just to look at. It'll likely induce a healthy sweat when consumed. What about the other ones? These corns tickle your nose with their pungent yet enticing aroma. One can imagine them lending dishes an appetizing accent. Oh, there's multiple red options. These tiny husks give off a citrus-like scent. Perhaps they will imbue dishes with a zesty note. These flakes appear to have been grated from a thick root. Their sharp aroma suggests a bracing flavor. I don't know. Why not this one? It seems like one that would induce a sweat would be uncomfortable in that outfit, so I'm going with anything else. Zero may wish to observe your reaction. It would be considerate to sample the spice in her presence. Also, that's a fine choice, but don't take my word for it. Here, have a taste. Taste the spice. A small sample of supremely stimulating seasoning. You tentatively place some of the spice on your tongue, and die instantly. Game over. An intense and aromatic heat fills your nostrils. Poor Sucro. Your reaction speaks volumes. That will suffice then. Always a pleasure, Mistress Zero, and do give Merid my regards. Well, that seems to be fine. Nothing too concerning. Sucra's probably not too accustomed to spices. Or like, very spicy things at least. I am pleased to see that Zero has become a regular here, and so much so as to bring her own spice. Is that just a service that they offer? Bring your own spice? I guess so. It must be, I suppose. Unless Zero gets special.
My usual, please. But with this spice.
Unless Zero gets it. Sucro's expression? That face that she's making. Whatever that face is. That's pretty good. It's just an intense wariness, I think. Or that. It's one of those two things.
Of course, Zero. It would be my pleasure.
I don't think Merid has been voiced before.
Well now, this is enough to make a whole kettle of your special curry.
I don't need that much.
Rest assured, it's easy enough to make a serving just for you. Or we could make the kettle and share it. There would be enough not only for your companions but other diners as well. I dare say everyone will be delighted.
Very well. A full kettle, then.
Yay! Super spicy curry for everyone.
Excellent.
I
We'll
guess.
prepare it at once.
That would be a difficult match to play in Super Smash Bros.
And for your
You could barely do
excellency
anything
and
with all the
esteemed
fire
adventurer,
interrupting you.
Are you happy to try a bowl of Zero's curry? We can make yours milder if you prefer.
Do you wish to die, yes or no?
Grateful though I am for the offer, I cannot fully appreciate the flavor with this vessel. Another time, perhaps. Do not hold back on my account, my friend. Eat and enjoy.
If I could have mine a little bit less spicy, please. The other option was that I'll also have His Excellency's portion.
Understood. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
You know, it's kind of funny. We've seen lovingly rendered, like, super detailed apples before in scenes with Zero. And now we have the regular, like, low poly, not killing your computer to exist apples behind Merid. As contrast. Also, like, some other fruits. A lime wedge that is extremely polygonal, which is also kind of funny. Polygonal, I guess? Pointy. It's very pointy.
It gladdens me to see you taking to life in Radzatan, Zero. In the area of our cuisine, not least of all. Spicy dishes have long been favored in our sultry clime for their ability to whet the appetite and cool the body. Of course, spices also have the effect of preserving foods, which makes them highly coveted in foreign lands. All of this has given rise to a thriving spice industry, and the wealth it brings has allowed our nation to prosper while maintaining its neutrality.
Capitalism.
So you trade your spices? Seems rather more complicated than trading in ether.
Oh no, Zero also the type to not know how to handle money? Is Zero going to spend 5 million gil on a hairband? Probably not, because she doesn't really need one, but you know. It is a
In
bit
the
more
beginning,
complicated.
This land was no more than refuge for me. But now it is my home, and the people of Radzathan my beloved children. Together, we build this vibrant nation. And naught would please me more than to show it to my sister one day.
Vibrant. Rubicante said the same when he described this world.
It's a pretty good
A
adjective.
reminder of all that has been stolen from us. What many who remember doubtless yearn to take back.
Ah, the fading to white is
Our
here.
home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Nonetheless, it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. As I told Rubicante, as I found myself moved to speak. I still do not understand what made me feel this way, nor what compels you mortals to help one another. But I hope to someday.
Sometimes there are just things that you don't really fully understand, but you feel, you believe. You don't always have to have a complete understanding of things.
We too hope that you will find the answers you seek.
Sometimes the only answer is that it's a strong feeling that you have.
What is going on?
What's happening?
Daring Diner. The comedy music is
Compliments of
playing,
Mistress
so...
Zero, the Satrap's honored guest. We are serving a special curry for anyone who wishes to partake. But be warned, it is not for the faint of heart.
That bread is so realistically uneven for bread rendered in a video game. I think most games would make like a geometrically perfected bread item, but no, this is just like, that's bread. That's what a bread can look
Oh,
like.
by all means, I'd welcome the challenge.
This guy's dead.
Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is...
That guy's dead. It's Hildebrand Comedy Hour.
Burns! It burns!
Wow. Okay, so Endwalker Hildebrand is gonna be on another level, huh? So, okay.
To better maintain
Their comedy
the facade,
technology has
the
advanced.
alchemists ensured that my vessel was capable of consuming food.
Oh no, Varshan, don't do it! You're also going to die somehow.
However, I fear Zero's curry would test the limits of their design.
Okay, you're wise. Got Endwalker Hildebrand, if they've advanced their comedy technology to this degree. Wow.
Apologies for the delay. Please relax and enjoy your meal.
Well, okay, you made mine milder, right? Yeah, it's like a paler
Relax.
color.
I don't have time for that. I've been waiting for this.
Zero?
Come, let's replenish our ether.
Zero gets to be comedy. Nod? Okay, we've got at least... We've got a bunch more down. Many have fallen today. My whole life flashed before my eyes and it was exhilarating, or I thought the spices we picked were perfect. What is this drink that we have? Well, mine was milder. I'm gonna go with the idea that it was significantly milder, so it was just enjoyable. I thought the spices we picked were pretty good. Smile.
I trust you have eaten your fill. I shall have Merid prepare a meal for us to take to Estinian. I suspect he too is overdue a A replenishment.
What is this drink, though? It looks like it's got, like, caramels in it or something.
By this hour, he will have retired to his chambers at Magaduta. Come, let us pay him a visit.
Alright, here's the gratuitous Justinian part of the patch that's about to happen, probably. The spicy curry has left you slicey... Bleh, slicey? The spicy curry, which is not a slicey curry and hasn't left you sliced in any way, has left you slightly flushed and set your heart racing. Whatever challenges await, you're ready to face them head on and with feeling. Did we just get a curry buff? I heard the sound of a buff. Spicy circulation 1. Warmed and invigorated by a bowl of hot curry. Unfortunately, this is a very short buff duration. I assumed that if you had not had it mild, it would be spicy circulation 2. Now, they should have made it give you like a 500% speed boost for a second if you had that one. For all I know, they did, because I don't have that one, or I didn't have that one. Anyway. The spicy curry has worn off. If only you could take that buff into the Neighbor Alice fight and have it extended for 10 times the normal duration. If only I could have doesn't need to eat food again for 10 times the normal duration. Anyway. I did not expect so many to take up the challenge. There's a dairy beverage that sometimes gets served with spicy food. It did look kind of dairy-like. That would make sense. Also, hello and welcome. I am glad to see everyone enjoying themselves. I'm satisfied. Alright, time for gratuitous Justinian nonsense. It could just be milk. It was extra fancy milk. Welcome back. Master Justinian? Yes, he has returned to his chambers. I shall be happy to escort you. Thank you for petting Calico. At least we're politely knocking.
Are you there? We've brought something for you.
I enter.
Yep, there it is. Yep. It's not quite as bad in in-game rendering as it was in the gratuitous official artwork that also depicted this.
Squid masala from the Mehane. I thought you might
Mehane?
enjoy it.
Got it. Ah yes, Justinian does love squid.
Masala, eh? I prefer my squid dried, but I'm sure it won't disappoint. My thanks.
I think it's funny that this has become a major character trait for Justinian.
Idle as I am in our sorceress's absence, I see. I can't offer much in the way of entertainment, but make yourselves comfortable.
Zero? Are we focusing on this? Her
Shall
eyes
we
narrow.
disrobe as well?
No. But Zero does not understand the customs.
No. We simply caught our friend unprepared. He will make himself presentable at once, I am sure.
Justinian. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I was expecting, I guess. I think I vaguely knew of the Zero line probably because I'm sure a lot of people latched onto that. Of course they would. So I probably heard about it inadvertently when looking at The internet, TM. Oh, hey.
At
Everyone's
last.
here.
We've been looking for you.
Oh, have you? Thought you were in the book
My
zone.
friends, tell me, were you able to devise a way to return to the 13th?
I believe so. It required a visit to the moon, where I took the opportunity to enlist Orionge's assistance.
They've developed the technology for walking and moving their arms at the same time. The game is truly advancing. I'm pretty sure that's like the first time anyone's done that in a regular kind of cutscene. Anyway,
Ishtar
Moon.
hath told me all. I should be glad to help you free Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Orionge is in the story now. Anyway, we're gonna use
Rubicante
the
spoke true. Both Golbez and Ashdaya are on the moon of the 13th.
we're gonna use the Zodiac zone, like I was saying we probably would, right? Did I call that? The camera
Unlike
sure
here
made
in
it seem like
Source,
I called
however,
that.
We have no means of making the journey from the surface of the star itself. The technology simply does not exist. Therefore, I propose that we employ a gate to deliver us directly to our destination.
Okay.
Is such a feat possible?
In theory. Having once been a single hole, the source and its reflections share striking similarities in geography.
I think you just cut a you just said geography, which I guess is probably fine, but I'm used to the E being pronounced more, like geography.
And according to a certain someone who unceremoniously whisked us away to the first, the same locations across the worlds are intrinsically bound.
Okay, fair.
All of which is to say, were we to pass through a gate on the Source's moon, it should lead us to the moon of the 13th.
Gasp. Gasp.
Of course, there is the risk of Voidsent gaining entry to our world. Thus did I decide to seek Orionge's counsel.
If Voidsent showed up on the moon, would they even know what to do about being there? I guess they might go after the Loporits, which wouldn't be good. But there's like not a whole lot there otherwise.
Both the Watcher and the Loporits are aware of our proposed endeavor. While they are yet deliberating precautionary measures, they have pledged their full cooperation.
You've been busy. I presume you've also found a way to open this gate.
Is it using the Zodiac energy that's still shooting a beam on the
Be
moon?
it in Radzat-Han or Sharlayan, scholars have long cast their gaze unto the endless dark of the void.
Uh-huh.
And so, with Harnish insights to augment our knowledge, we have indeed conceived of a promising plan to pierce the veil.
And this will probably lead into the 6.4 dungeon, somehow.
A plan I am confident will succeed, precisely because the moon is our stage.
I feel like the animation has suddenly taken a step up in this patch again. Like out of nowhere. Oh no. I hope your
The
internet
preparations
stops
will be
being Garbo.
extensive, and we will require vast quantities of ether.
The animation or the like cutscene direction? Because people seriously didn't walk and move their arms at the same time as much as Y'shtola is doing in this one scene. Not to mention the reactions to the curry that the innocent bystanders had.
After all, our gate must be large enough to accommodate another great worm.
Yeah, why is the animation suddenly stepped up again?
My proposal entails delivering copious amounts of ether to the Tower of Babel in Garlemald.
Mm-hmm.
As you will recall, Fandaniel used the structure to destroy the brand's imprisoning Zodiac.
Yep.
And we, in like manner, will use it to channel ether to the moon, and thereby open our gate.
Alright, fair enough.
I see. Then we shall need someone on the moon for the necessary rituals.
Just so, Your Excellency. I intend to head back anon for that very purpose, as well as to help devise our strategy to deal with invading Voidsent. Along with our lunar allies, we will once again require the assistance of your alchemists, Nidana not least of all. May I trouble you to serve as their escort?
Fine by me. The room was beginning to feel constraining.
Imagine if the moon actually had low gravity and Justinian tried to do a jump and then just like launched into space and was never seen again. Did I already make this
For my part, I shall
theoretical
oversee
situation?
the requisite tasks on the star. Might I prevail upon you for your assistance?
I feel like I've already thought about that before. Nod. Nod.
If all are in agreement, then let us set to work.
Alrighty then.
We'll open our gate, and we will stop Golbez.
And Golbez will wait politely until it is time to be stopped. Also, a dungeon will happen at some point. Is that an ominous shot of the moon? That's definitely an ominous shot of the moon. Did you hear the dun? The Dark Throne. Hey. My hiding myself button doesn't work. So you only just saw the Dar Throne? Or maybe it was like the Dab Throne or something? I don't know. Could be anything. This is the same selection of food as has been recent. Does that count as one shot of the moon or two? Ah. One of the pure white dyes I pulled out of nowhere directly before starting the story has already sold, making me 316,350 gil more gil having than before. It's weird to have money. Because, like, being able to attempt soloing treasure maps seems to just be profitable for free. So I don't know. I think that's where I have money from. You have no shortage of allies at your disposal. True. I cannot thank you enough for your constant support. I wasn't prepared for this quest title. Going ham. Ah. Ham. So I do know the title of this dungeon. I believe it is the Ether Font. I know nothing about it other than this picture. I've probably seen some pictures of it. Ah. That seems fair. So in the case of that one scene, that was one shot, even though it like cut to a close-up of the moon, which could be technically two, if I'm understanding you correctly. If one and all are ready, then let us set forth our preparations to complete. If I may, I beg a moment to exchange this vessel for its grown counterpart. It is in the keeping of the alchemists of the High Crucible. Of course, we shall accompany thee thither, and thence begin our journey. Zero and Urianger have not interacted before this point. I wonder if this will lead to any kind of shenanigan. Will Zero be confounded by his speech? So far, no, but maybe. Basically, yeah. But you can change gear sets as long as you're in a sanctuary, Varshan. Vritra. I still think it's really cool that Ameliant's custom delivery NPC Mila actually shows up in the world after that storyline. Incidentally, this coat is also from that storyline. The Appointed Jacket. It's a good jacket. Sucrose dressed up in some sort of formal attire to go destroy Golbez today, I guess. I was having a little bit of trouble deciding whether I actually liked this set or this set more, but I think I actually like this new one with the jacket. Oh yeah, Disco Sucrose in here. This is the other reason I was considering keeping the pure white dye. Or this is the other thing I was considering using the pure white dye for, because this would be even more disco if these clothes were pure white. There sure are a lot of outfits in here. And that's what it would look like if I dispelled everything. Not quite as chaotic as it could be, I suppose. Opening a gate is about as difficult as I expected. Yeah, I figured the chakrams worked well for like a disco outfit. Just like bright glowing rings is some sort of dance accessory, probably. My apologies for the delay. My, that is a striking simulacrum indeed. Well suited to the work ahead, I doubt not. Allow me to explain Y'shtola's plan in greater detail. Nod. Nod. Blank stare. As you know, we seek to open a void gate in Mare Lamentorum that we might gain direct passage to the moon of the 13th. Whilst our comrades labor upon the moon, we must needs accomplish two tasks. The first is the procurement of a substantial quantity of ether and subsequent delivery of it unto the Tower of Babel. Said structure was once used to siphon the land's essence by way of the Telophoroi spires. Such a method, however, doth pose an unacceptable risk to the greater ethereal balance of our world. Thus must we seek an alternate means of conveying our requisite resource. So, if we shoot a giant ether laser, it might be a problem. Because, well, it's more like it'd be a problem if we siphoned ether from the land. That makes sense. Our second task doth pertain to the use of the Tower of Babel itself. You may recall that this portal unto the moon was placed under the supervision of the Ilsabard contingent. If we would employ it to different ends, we must first obtain the contingent's express permission. I should like to believe that they would not refuse us, so perhaps we should concern ourselves with the ether problem first. Have you any idea whence we might source the vast quantity needed? Aye, a likely location doth come to mind. Let us make for the airship landing. There I shall reveal more. Hooray for fixing the internet. Having fun so far. I guess you can rewatch it later, unless you mean you're gonna rewatch it right now, in which case you would never actually catch up. Unless you know the secrets of time compression. I forgot to mention also that I changed my portraits again. I thought it was time for Sucrose to dab again. Especially now that I have the Loporrit portrait background. So, you know, that's probably important. Actually, on that note, true. I needed to update to the current outfit on this. I tried to make Sucrose adventurer plate very like passport photo because of Dawn Trail and what that's gonna be like. Actually, I didn't look at what's going on here. Okay, that's art of the various 12. What else can I do with this? Fair enough. Just wanted to look at that for a second. But yeah, passport photo of Sucro is kind of funny to me. Urianger is at the airship landing. Right. I forgot that we had an airship landing here, honestly. Even though I've been here like semi-recently. I sometimes come here for the view. It's beautiful. It's a pretty good view. It's not a bad view. Right now it's quite foggy, but you know, fog is neat in its own way. Unless you're in Silent Hill, then it's just a bad thing. I am most keen to know more of Urianger's potential solution. In the worst case, I was prepared to offer one of my eyes, but it seems it will not come to that. All are present and accounted for. Excellent. We shall travel to Charlian and then seek the nearby Isle of Ham. Near unto the surface of this isle do rivers of ether converge. The churning energy of this confluence is released by way of geysers. Originally, the Ragnarok was to be powered by ether harvested from the isle, but as you well know, an alternate power source was ultimately found for the vessel. Passage unto Ultima Thule, to the very limits of existence, was facilitated by naught less than the strength of the Mother Crystal herself. As such, the Isle of Ham's vast ether deposits remain untouched. We may help ourselves to that energy, provided we are able to secure the Forum's permission. Yet again, with needing permission, is nothing straightforward in this world. Such is the nature of politics, I fear, and as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have been officially disbanded, no longer are we a recognized collective. A somewhat disadvantaged position, bureaucratically speaking. Fortunately, however, there is a recognized and respected body upon which we might prevail, the students of Baldessian. Upon arriving in Charlian, let us seek our friends at the Annex. Hey, are we actually using an airship? Wow, we did, presumably. An island literally bursting with ether. That's the sort of paradise Voidsent dream of. When last I came here, it was to deliver my sire's scales. How long ago it seems now. While Mistress Kryl hath burdens enough of her own, we may be confident she will do her utmost to assist us. Welcome back, Sucro. What brings you here today, and in such colorful company? Well, two of them are wearing all black. It's not technically the most colorful company, if you think about it. Greetings, Ojika. On this occasion, we are come to seek the student's assistance in a matter of some urgency. In that case, you'll want to speak with Kryl. She's in the main hall sorting through our archives. There's a visitor with her at the moment, but it's no one you don't know, so feel free to show yourself in. Oh, hey, Aaronville. Oh yeah, that's true. I never thought about that. Now that Garlemald's airship, I forgot they had like an air problem, or they were causing air problems.
If it isn't two of my dearest friends. As for the other two, I don't believe we've had the pleasure.
Zero gets to meet everybody in this patch. Probably. Not literally everyone. Everyone else? I don't know. Yeah, that's right. I think Garlemald's airship fleet being a problem is something that was largely kind of forgotten about. Though I think there were mentions of the danger of being shot down like a couple other times. I'm not sure.
Not in this vessel, perhaps. 'Tis I, Vashan. Though you are welcome to call me Vritra, if you prefer.
Gasp.
Pay me no mind. I merely accompany them.
Zero, it's polite to introduce
I
yourself.
pray you forgive us our intrusion. If you are occupied, we shall call again anon.
It's quite all right. We've just finished swapping all our secrets anyway.
Okay, that's funny.
Erenville occasionally comes and shares the latest Gleaner gossip, you see. From forgotten ruins to mysterious relics, if there's aught that might be of interest to the students, he kindly lets us know.
Hey, that reminds me, actually. Whoops, that's 14 years. That's not what I'm looking for. I think I forgot to mark off number 4 on this. Because we did, in fact, witness the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. But I forgot to mark it. Just give me a second. Real quick. It's important, you know. For a second, I was convinced that it'd be like, this art program wishes to update. Immediately upon its use. This check mark looks a lot more professional than the other ones on the list. I used MS Paint the last times, I think. Ta-da! I think we discussed it before, but it's arguable that we've been surprised by our civilizations and reflections too, depending on how we perceive the void. So yeah, we've already got 3 out of 7. Oops, that's all 14 years. Just gonna get rid of that one. Maybe rename this bucket list. Typity. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, I don't think that's referring to the void. It's probably referring to something we haven't seen yet.
Alas, I must soon depart on an expedition.
I was afraid you weren't going to have a voiced line in this scene. It is kind of just another medieval fantasy land that's gone to heck. Or it's become
As I may be away
heck.
for an extended period, I wish to give Kryl fair warning. Hence my visit today.
I will show up again when Dawn Trail is about to happen, because I am in the trailer.
I see. There are specimens that want for procuring, I presume?
Do you think Erenville will be a fighting party member in Dawn Trail at any point? Do you think Erenville will draw a weapon and hit something with it? Or cast a spell?
No, it isn't guild ship business, but rather...
That'd be neat, I think.
Homecoming.
Erenville abruptly pulls out 2 swords and is a viper. Gasp?
But enough about me. You have business too, yes? And I'm in the way.
Now, what are you doing exactly? You have to be away for an extended period. For a homecoming. Mysterious.
As a matter of fact, we should be grateful if you could stay and share your knowledge of the nearby isles with us.
Could they be by any chance some treasure islands beyond the frozen water? No, they're nearer than that. they're not those ones. Probably.
We seek a means to travel to the Void. There, a man named Golbez plots to invade our world. A man who even now holds my sister hostage.
The new limited job. I mean, he could have any kind of weapon in that backpack. Maybe he'll just start hitting people with the boots. That'd be great too. I think I've seen some people speculate that the caster might be Puppet Master or something. Who knows at this point? Again, I mentioned it before, but the vast majority of the speculation is Green Mage, I think. For reasons that I have unfortunately actually learned more than I should, but we'll get there when we get there. I don't know when that is. See, people don't mark spoilers these days. And also, there are lots of times when I have nothing better to do than look at my phone. And I should really stop looking at Reddit forever. I wish there was a way to delete Reddit. Anyway, that's a great question. I don't know enough about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but clearly, see, if you say TMNT, it sounds like TMNT. If you say it like that, it sounds vaguely similar to geomancy, so therefore, and there's 4 elements, so clearly it's geomancer. Anyway. Or it's teomancer, and you're just gonna make a delicious herbal tea for everyone. I mean, if they can hint at Samurai by having a Spider-Man shirt because of Sam Raimi, then that isn't an outlandish explanation, actually. Maybe geomancy involves making herbal tea. The thing is,
we
I'll let you
require
speak
a great
first.
quantity of ether, which we understand may be had on the Isle of Ham. We came in the hope of exploring how it might best be procured.
It's probably not geomancer, because geomancers exist in the lore already. They're referred to in astrologian quests, and like met and talked to. So it could be a different kind of geomancy and still be geomancer, but like it seems a little less likely because of that.
An invasion from the 13th. Must the stakes always be so dramatic?
Yeah, seems like it.
You have a knack for finding trouble.
Trouble kind of finds us.
If Gleaners collected world-ending crises, you could make quite a name for yourself in our profession.
Fair. Sucro reaction
It's true
face.
the Isle of Ham is a veritable font of ether, but as it's under the Forum's direct jurisdiction, only a privileged few get to set foot there. I myself haven't.
Like, I'm expecting it to be the Isle of Ham, which it kind of is, but the way people are saying it still makes it kind of sound like the Isle of Ham. It's like, it's Ham. I was expecting Ham, but it's Ham. Ham. There's a slight difference that makes it closer to the word ham than I thought it would be.
So if we want to help ourselves to the Isle's ether, we'll need to secure the Forum's permission.
Minecraft villager noise, oh no. Well, time to go bug Fortuno.
Very well. The students of Baldessian recognize your endeavors as combating a grave threat to the world. As representative, I hereby pledge our full assistance. Now that it's official, you may leave the politics and paperwork to me. Our operations remain small, but we shouldn't meet any undue resistance.
I can't believe Kryl is hinting towards the new caster job bureaucrat in this text box.
We are truly grateful.
If I may.
See, the TMN t-shirt is hinting towards bureaucrat, because if you break down the letters in and sounds in the word bureaucrat, it's similar to like a bureau rat, and like you could maybe argue that the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are a bureau type of organization under the jurisdiction of a rat man. Question marks everywhere. It's fine. It makes no sense. Don't worry about it. I cracked the code again.
According to the original plan for the Exodus, ether collected from the Isle of Ham was to power the Ark.
It just does sound like they're saying ham, but a little more dramatically.
Art thou perchance familiar with the logistics of this endeavor?
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. Nor do I think any cleaner would. You might have better luck asking someone involved with the Ark's construction.
Do we know a Hemingway?
Margaret, for instance. She's a researcher in Charlie and Hamlet. I met with her for a job recently, and she mentioned working on the Ragnarok's propulsion system.
I don't remember a Margaret.
You could do worse than to seek her out while awaiting the forum's verdict.
We may well do just that. Our gratitude for thine advice, and may this threat be but a memory upon thy return.
You're quite welcome. Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Don't worry, Aaronville. Golbez will be obliterated by the time you get back from whatever you're doing.
I best start drafting our petition. Go on and find your researcher. I'll contact you as soon as we've made progress.
Do we really need paperwork if we can just go bother Fortuno or Ameliance until something happens? I guess you probably need paperwork anyway.
Let us leave matters here to Mistress Kryl, and hie ourselves to Labyrinthos.
Nod. I hope your internet is working. I guess it probably would.
Right then, time to put our best foot forward.
That's a lot of books and papers. And some sort of envelope.
A pity you can't tidy yourself. I should have had Ishtola enchant you when I had the chance. And what have we here?
I thought that was a conspicuous envelope.
Later, Kryl, later. You've work to do.
I think the conspicuous envelope contains the thing that people are assuming is a hint. Because I've inadvertently accidentally read about it at this point. But we'll get there when we get there. If we get there. Which we will. Because we're getting to somewhere. It's still kind of rude of this aetheryte to, like, deposit you in a... You know, I guess it's like almost... It's almost like knee height for Sucro. It's rude of this aetheryte to deposit you in a shallow pool of water, either way. Now, if you were a Lalafell, you'd be like up to your neck every time you teleported here. God, so this new controller, which I'm going to be trying another controller tomorrow, which I don't even know if it's going to work with the PC. But if you are very observant, you may have noticed that the button labels down here are different because they're marked as bumpers instead of triggers. I wouldn't blame you for not noticing that. But that's because the triggers on this controller are analog ones that require a fair bit of pressure to hold down all the time. So one aspect of trying to get used to this controller is that I had to swap around the button or the bumpers and the triggers in order to attempt to make my hands hurt less. My hands are made out of paper. It's kind of annoying. The first person Urianger asked about our target immediately told us where to go. Is there a place where you do not have allies? Moon of the 13th, I guess. Oh yeah, I sort of remember. I feel like I've spoken to Margaret before, but I don't know exactly. She looks familiar. Though it is not the first time I have seen it, I remain in awe of the sky's magnificence. Never did it occur to me that such an expansive facsimile was within men's power to create. Yeah, Labyrinthos is pretty cool. I believe we have found our researcher. Ah, right, you're one of the comedy science people. Visitors, how delightful! If you require assistance, then ask away. It so happens you've caught me in post-deadline bliss. Forgive us the abruptness of our inquiry, but 'tis our understanding that thou had charge of the Ragnarok's propulsion systems. We should like to know how ether harvested at the Isle of Ham was to be stored and transported to the Ark, if the disclosure of such information is permitted. Oh, it's no bother at all. We built special tanks that can store ether just like we use casks to store wine. Simple, really. Simple, but quite brilliant in construction. They rival even crystals for ethereal capacity. A pity we never got to use them. Ah, how muddled and distant the memory, when Doom's deadline loomed large and we extricated ourselves from a waist-high mire of work only to end up chin-deep in another. I was at one with the world, a conduit for the energies of creation, but now I am truly alive. Who would have thought that sleeping in a bed and eating warm meals could make such a difference? Here's a public service announcement to all viewers. Remember to try to sleep and eat food and drink water and take your medication if you have some that you need to take. Please take care of yourselves, because it's important. Even if you're doing really cool research all the dang time. Why, I feel positively functional. I dare say it rivals the thrill of dancing on the knife edge of failure. Okay, I think I do remember you a little bit. I remember Urianger has no response to this. Sucro is concerned. Zero is also not responding. Varshan is unsure how to feel. We are glad for you, quite. On the subject of the ether tanks, do you know what became of them? What did become of them? For the life of me, I can't seem to remember. Oh, but I do remember someone who might remember. He should be back by now. Just look for the fellow wearing an outfit that screams, "I've been on vacation and you haven't." Very well, we shall seek out this conspicuous colleague of thine. Our sincerest gratitude, Margaret, and do look after thyself. Come, let us seek out this individual attired in a manner suggested of recent furlough. Furlough. I was expecting Margaret to start dancing again immediately. Oh, well, there she goes. Life outside of work, what a concept! Margaret, I have concerns about your health and well-being. Margaret. I do not know what a vacation is, but that man strikes me as more relaxed than most. Something about Zero saying, "I do not know what a vacation is perhaps funnier than it ought to be. I think I vaguely remember you as well, Kokol Dankol. Oh, yeah, are you the smith? The face that launched the teeny tiny toy boat. How you been, Sucro? Able to catch a bit of rest? Nod. Sort of. Well, kinda, but now there's another crisis. Well, if I don't know about the ether tanks, who'n Bargot's name would? Born right in me very own workshop, they were. Yeah, you were the smith. A pleasure as always, Master Kokol. I trust thy respite proved rejuvenating. And then some. I won't bore you with the details, at least not without a drink in me. So why the interest in our little old tanks? Permit me to explain. I see. I think I got the long and short of it. Goes without saying, but we all owe you more than we can ever repay. If you need our ether tanks, then they're at your disposal. There's just one problem. You need the forum's approval to set foot in the Isle of Ham. Were up to me, you'd be on the next ship out, but that lot can't wipe their arses unless it's in accordance with procedural motions. You may be assured that my backside is immaculate. Now that is a hell of a thing for Fortuno to say. I was not prepared for that line. Daliak Stumpin' Thighs, Master Fortuno! And Scarlac Monteshane! What a surprise! Pardon the intrusion. The forum has deliberated your petition, and we decided to deliver our verdict directly. You have been granted the special dispensation to travel to the Isle of Ham for the purposes of etheric extraction, on one condition. On account of its rich deposits of ether, the isle is home to throngs of vicious beasts. We ask that you call any such creatures you encounter. Nod. That's all. Given the vast amount of ether we seek, I expected a far higher price. Oh, believe me, we do not underestimate the value of what you desire. Hey, we simply owe the students of Valdesian and their esteemed collaborators a debt of gratitude, and we felt that expediting your request was a suitable way to repay it. A debt of gratitude. We have taken the liberty of arranging your passage to the Isle of Ham. Your vessel awaits in Scholar's Harbor. Nod. Oh, then I'd better get those ether tanks loaded onto the airship. We'll be ready to take them where you need, assuming it's safe. I shall head back to the annex, but should you need anything else, don't hesitate to call. Cool camera pan and like zoom for some reason. Camera operator was just like, what if I did a sick camera thing here for no reason? And I appreciate it. That Master Fortuno and Scarlac Monteshane should personally deliver these glad tidings. We must endeavor to repay their faith in us. Hey, I never noticed that you can see like the rolling of the waves in this ocean. It's not like the most beautiful video game water that I've ever seen in my entire life, but it looks nice. It works well. I didn't notice that you could see that. That's cool. Okay. I don't know what the most beautiful video game water is in my entire life, but now I'm thinking about that person who would always post about how nice the water was on Miiverse, I think. It seems this forum is like Alize. They help others simply because they want to. Well, you know, kinda. There's a little bit more nuance to it than that. All proceeds apace thus far. That's not the Varshan voice at all. All proceeds apace thus far, and it is thanks to the enduring bonds you have forged. Also, every single time anybody mentions or references the 12 in any way...
Bound for the Isle of Harm. You look like the ones Master Fortuno told me to expect.
Now that we've done Myths of the Realm, I can just imagine Sucro like glancing nervously to the side anytime anyone from any one of the 12 is mentioned in any capacity. It's like, are they ever gonna find out about that? Well, nod.
If you're ready to depart, and so am I. Just say the word.
All right, Cheery Captain. Why do you get a voice acting?
Is something the matter?
I did recruit one other to our party, but he is late to arrive.
Justinian? Oh, Thancred is here again. It's been a while since Thancred.
Forgive me my delay.
But Thancred, we already have a tank.
Thancred? 'Tis good to see you.
If it isn't Varshan. They do grow up so quickly. Urianger tells me we have a host of exciting new tribulations to face. And you must be Zero. I've heard all about your daring do in Garlemald. A pleasure.
Hat tip. First of the patch. Smile.
Apart from strengthening our company with his redoubtable skill at arms, Thancred may also serve as a mentor in those matters that trouble thee.
Is that so? Narrow eyes.
I speak of the intangible forces which bring souls together. Thancred is possessed of experience both unique and insightful that I am sure he would gladly share with thee. Thou needst but ask.
I think Urianger is doing an elaborate prank by suggesting whatever he's suggesting here. Because I barely understand what he's talking about at this moment. Sucro's gonna look at a boat. The Ether Font, now accessible. So yeah, I've heard the name of this dungeon before, and I've seen like a picture of it, probably. Hey Thancred, what's up? Social struggles aside, Zero seems more than capable of handling herself. Still, I shall aid her in what capacity I can. Naught remaineth to bar us from the Isle of Harm. Let us set sail forthwith. By the way, you might notice the starboard. I didn't mention the starboard. I guess Medion's here now. Sort of. This is a very rare drop from the dead ends that I eventually got after running it in trust or duty support mode repeatedly. I think some people have gone hundreds of tries before finding this minion. I did not count how many it took me, but I have the starboard already, which is probably an accomplishment or a good luck of some kind. He does not strike me as the mentoring sort. No matter what, we must return to the void. The acquisition of this ether is but the first step. Imagine if Thancred had a mentor crown next to his name. After that cutscene, as a bit. What do you think, cheery captain? So you know, the isle's hemmed in by drift ice all year round. I'll bring you as close to the shore as possible, but you'll have to walk the rest of the way. The mentor crown itself does not hold much value. is my understanding of it, at least in the eyes of many. Hey, don't worry, you don't have to watch all of every stream all the time. But you might want to be around for the next few seconds because it's time for a BRB. And that means everyone's favorite funny hamster is here. Congratulations to those who won. Condolences to nobody, because it looks like everybody won, actually. Neat. Enjoy your crystals, I suppose. You'll get no condolences from me, as Ike would say, because you don't need any of them. I don't know what Ike's doing here. Hello and welcome back to me, I guess. It's Final Fantasy XIV still. Thancred is here, and we're going to go to the Isle of Ham. Since Thancred is here, I should mention that there have been like Final Fantasy XIV 10th anniversary videos from various people being released. And while I didn't watch them with sound, I did watch them with subtitles, so I know that in the one from Thancred's actor, he immediately says, "This is Thancred," in his Thancred voice, and then at some point he's like, "And now it's my turn to something, something, something." He clearly has fun being Thancred and memeing about it. I just thought you should know that. Anyway. Who do we got around here? That makes sense. Urianger has to take a break, unfortunately, because I'm the healer now. Oh, Varshan can be a Dragoon as a DPS, apparently. You know, that makes a lot of sense, actually. We haven't seen DPS Varshan yet, I don't think, because he's always had to be the tank, because Thancred was somewhere. Yeah, we get to see DPS Varshan, I guess. Neat. This is a dungeon I think I know basically nothing about, as I mentioned, except for I've seen a few pictures of it. And I knew the name of it. Okay, I might have seen polar bears in the pictures. Those are some great bears. Those bears are going to accept a soft drink sponsorship anytime now. It is only a matter of minutes, or whatever. Oh, that's a cool spear that Varshan has. That's probably a spear that the player can have. Alright, time to not mess up my controls. Hopefully. Ham Frost Beast. That sounds like a Mystery Science Theater bit of a name. That pillar of light, is it a geyser? Such an abundance of ether. Frostbeast is a very big, make large, huge kind of name. Healing NPCs is still rather chill, all things considered. Sage also works really well for soloing variant dungeons, I've learned. So I've only done I've only done one.
Out of my way.
I pressed the wrong button again. As I mentioned, I swapped around which shoulder buttons do what because of hand pain reasons for this controller. So I have to get used to it. The music is picking up. Those bears are just waving at each other, being all happy. I love them. Look at them. Delightful friends. This is the zone of delightful funny bears. Until they start attacking me, if they do that. Ham bear. Look at them clapping. This music is very relaxing too. Look at the funny tiny bears clapping over there. Having a great old time.
You forced my hand.
The most difficult thing to get used to with this controller that I might have to like unlearn tomorrow if a controller works is targeting enemies via the enemy list. Because that is, right now, left trigger down on the D-pad. And for some reason, that's what I have the most trouble remembering that the bumper and trigger are swapped for. They're just clapping. They are applauding. Yay! We're bears. Yay! By the way, this outfit also has a different sage weapon, if you didn't notice. The Milprees of the round, I think they're neat. That's it. That's my pitch for them. They look like funny spaceships. That's the other part of my pitch for them. Building. Sometimes buildings exist in civilization and are used to put things inside of. I don't know why I'm saying that.
Out of my way!
I'm so glad the bears are cheering for me. I would like to cheer for them.
My turn.
In turn. Yeah, there's the my turn that Thancred's voice actor referenced in the funny Thancred video, probably.
This will hurt.
There were also videos of the voice acting cast trying and failing to make cakes a while ago. Those were pretty funny.
You forced my hand.
That's far enough.
This music sounds like it has a dynamic fight part of the music, but that's actually just part of the music that is just... I don't know how to describe it. It just sounds like part of the song is a dynamic fight portion when it isn't. Is it silly? I mean, that motif is in the Sharlayan theme. It's a mixture of the Sharlayan music and the Thavnarian music. So it's here. It is a little bit funny that that just also happens to be the Sharlayan town music, I guess.
My turn.
I love it when defeating a monster causes unrelated glacier movement. Oh! Who's this funky creature? Thancred said at some point, that building certainly looks the part. Oh! A creature of perpetual yelling. I do not recall anything resembling this in Final Fantasy IV. The creature of perpetual yelling about something is here. Every creature will always do a room-wide AoE as the first thing it does these days. And that's just the way things are. It's kind of funny.
This will hurt.
Okay. Huh. Alright. I think that's a good description. This animal is so animal. I think I have to agree with that. So these are gonna make like a even more concerning resonance of some kind, maybe? Not really. And that's a very specific description. A mid-2010s animated YouTube short to parody Spore without really understanding what it is. I'll have to defer to your expertise because that sounds so specific that I feel like you have to know what you're talking about. Ow.
I am of the first brood.
He's of the first brood, did you know? I don't know why that particular combat part. Sonic Bloop! You can't just use an attack called Sonic Bloop. I shielded Thancred too late because I was surprised by the word Sonic Bloop. You could probably make this creature in Spore, yeah. If you can get Spore to run on a modern computer, which I can't. I tried, because I thought it'd be a funny bit. Land at last! Sonic Bloop, Sonic Bloop, Sonic Bloop. And a zipline, too. The famous Charlian upwards zipline that everyone is always talking about. A popular attraction at Charlian's theme park that they have. A convenient mode of transport, that. See, Zero likes it. Zero loves the zipline. Ham auch.
Sonic Bloop, Sonic Bloop, Sonic Bloop. Trouble keeps you swimming faster. I can't think of any more lyrics. Bloop meow.
It was a good effort. You know, that's probably true. The anti-zipline probably helped with the anti-tower. Thank you for petting Calico. I think she deserves it. Thancred is being harassed by many birds that are all larger than him. Thank you for petting Calico.
This will hurt.
Ah, this is where distance gear is. Ham troll.
No mercy. You're mine.
Don't have me a cow, man. Just don't do it. Yeah, I fumble my inputs a little bit when trying to select an enemy from the list now. I'm really hoping the controller that might arrive tomorrow will work with PC. It's not specifically advertised as doing so, but it is registerable as a Bluetooth device, which might make Final Fantasy XIV not understand what it is, because I tried. You can register Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons with your PC as Bluetooth devices, but this game didn't appreciate that. What an eyesore. Zero hates color, when there's this much of it at once. It probably literally hurts her eyes if she's not used to it. But yeah, hopefully that other controller works, because that would probably be more comfortable for me. It's very difficult to find like small, lightweight controllers, I guess. If it doesn't work, at least I'll have an option that'll work for the Nintendo Switch, I guess. That's hopefully more durable than the previous ones. The ongoing controller saga of Robin is still ongoing. I'll stop talking about it now.
You forced my hand. You're mine.
I don't know enough about Live Alive or Live a Live to answer that question. I accidentally used that on myself, but that's fine. Live Alive Alive or whatever is something that's like something I've sort of considered playing, but I don't really know that much about it.
You forced my hand.
Live Live Alive Live. That's a bunch of words that have no meaning that I said. For some reason, I keep accidentally targeting something that I don't mean to be targeting when trying to do this with this control setup. Oh well, it's a relatively less important interaction that I'm trying to do, I guess. So maybe it's not that bad. Ham Crystal.
You forced my hand.
You forced my ham. Oh, this zipline has an angle in it. Wow. I wonder what the G-forces are like on an abrupt zipline angle. Quite invigorating. That is probably true about ham. Though your ham could have crystals on it if it were a salted pork of some kind. One of the bears has also been crystalled, it looks like. Is that bear from the ice fields? Also, Thancred said the zipline is quite invigorating at some point. Alright. Now do a room-wide AoE. Yeah, that's right. There are times when both DPS NPCs will attempt to use the limit break at the same time, such as then. Oh. Wait, what? I don't quite follow exactly how that made sense, but that's fine. He's of the first brood, did you know? He's of the first brood, did you know? Okay, actually that makes a lot of sense. Oh god, you're right. This is extremely Kraukatoric of an enemy design. Dang it. I can't believe this bear's been branded.
That's far enough.
Kraukatoric even does lightning stuff sometimes, kinda, I think, right? I don't remember. Wow. Same to you, buddy. Wow. I can make a sound like that.
You forced my hand.
Ow.
You forced my hand.
That's a little bit difficult to understand exactly how it's gonna work out. I'm glad the NPCs are here to help. This definitely has a lot of Kralkatord vibes. Getting a lot of Kralkatord vibes from this.
You forced my hand.
That's far enough.
Maybe one of these days I will still consider the streaming Guild Wars 2 idea. Maybe. Just another beast in the end. Just another. Anyway, time for more fun zipline. Ooh, through the crystal caverns. Ooh. Now this is a pretty location. This is the ether font. Such an overwhelming concentration of ether. Veritable feast for void scent. This dungeon is very pretty. Polycrystal. Wait, hey. This is the anima model. Which might be somewhere else too, but this is the shape of anima weapons when they're being formed, and not in the mechanical doll. Why are we fighting this shape? Was this an enemy model the whole time, or was that a later thing? I guess it probably was an enemy model before if it's being used here. Ah, the elementals. I think that was mentioned before. That makes sense, I think. That is the ether font over there, I presume.
No mercy.
I was already getting a little bit of like Crystal Chronicles vibe, but now these enemies have like mirror in their name, which is only increasing the vibe. I think Myrrh might be the right way to say that. I don't know. I'm not entirely certain. Wait, no. Sage is supposed to be using Dyscrasia on 2 or more targets. I was being suboptimal. I have to uninstall my computer now. I'm joking. Lamp. Just like a regular lamp in the middle of all this. Ham forlorn. I suppose we aim for that massive geyser. Forlorn is a really interesting enemy type to have here because the Forlorn Maiden is usually just a mechanic of world fates, and now they're a dungeon enemy, which is interesting. Somewhat unusual. Like, they of course share the same model with the Daruvas, but the specific coloration of the Forlorn Maiden is used here. I guess that would imply that, yeah. Wait, no, I'm being suboptimal again. It's probably suboptimal. Well, no, I don't know. It might not be suboptimal to use Eucrasian Dosis when there's two targets that are gonna live for a little bit. Anyway. It is not actually that important. There's a lot of NPC yelling happening. Something like that probably could be possible. There are many possibilities in the lore of Final Fantasy XIV. Some of the NPC battle barks sound slightly like muffled. Like Varshan yelling down with you. Oh. Are we going to have a weird battle arena shape? It looks to be the case. Oh no. The Kraken is back? Oh wait, no, this is Octomammoth of Final Fantasy IV. I know this one. Oh, we get the music too. Nice. Hello, Octomammoth. I feel like I might have known that Octomammoth was here somewhere. That might have been in preview images or something. But I'd forgotten. And I'll take any... You will not stop us! Though not for want of trying, I suspect. I'll take any excuse to hear the Final Fantasy IV boss music again. Alright. This is gonna be an interesting one. Oh, geez. Bankard's barrier is so much that there's like dots at the end of it. I've never seen that happen before with the UI. The deep below. Oh. Your tentacles are technically separate targets, but not in a targetable way. I don't believe. Bankard's barrier is about to go away long before it has been used, unfortunately. Okay, so you have to look for the spot where the tentacles are not pointing, I guess. Oh. I don't fully understand. I'm assuming this boss does not have a... You don't have to flank this one, I would guess. It's difficult to see the full extent of the target circle to actually know. But it would be kind of ridiculous if you did have to do a positional on this boss fight in any way.
You forced my hand.
I don't know what you're doing. Okay, I'm not really... I can't really tell what the tells are for any of the things that are happening. So, I don't know how you would know what to do without already knowing what to do or watching the NPCs here. Like, I guess you could see that there's not a tentacle over here. Theoretically. Oh, okay, so I didn't notice those indicators for this move before. Sorry, Thancred. I don't have Icarus. I did have Sprint, but I was holding buttons that didn't let me use it. Huh? Oh. I was like pointing at where I was. This is one of those fights where you have to be able to observe the entire battle arena that doesn't fit on the screen. But like also it's not super punishing about it because it's just a dungeon boss. So it's it's kind of an oddity, really. Weird boss. Cool to see Octomammoth, though. Glad the NPCs were there to help me understand anything. I will not remember this if I roll this in a roulette. Joy emote. It's been a long time since we've seen the joy emote after a dungeon. Oriange is here too. Yay! I'm over here. 50 tomestones of comedy seems like a lot, honestly. A puffin? I got the minion on the first try. I don't know how rare that is for the puffin, but we got the puffin now, I guess. Neat. Had it been squid, we might have taken some for Estinian. Nothing to it. Mayhap these waters are connected to the sea. What do you think, Thancred? Thancred. Seems the geyser's just beyond. Okay. You can now summon the puppet minion. I'll have to do that. That does seem to be the geyser. I don't think there... Are there any crow minions? Probably not.
Much obliged for clearing the way. We'll get to work at once.
Nod. Nod, nod, nod.
Filling these up will take a good while. I appreciate it if you stood watch till we finished.
I'm going to say that the answer to your question is both D and one of the other three. Because there will be a phase transition where Kulex goes from 2D to 3D.
I ain't getting chewed to chum by some ether-bloated bugger.
nod.
Oh, by the by. Where were you planning on putting these to use? We could deliver them by airship, see? Provided it ain't too far.
It's the moon.
We would need them transported to Garlemald, to the Tower of Babel.
Oh, right.
Ah, that's a long old journey. Too long for a direct flight. Tell you what, we'll send them over with the scheduled shipment of provisions headed that way. I'll make the arrangements as soon as we get back. Save some poor chocobos having to drag this lot through the snow.
Chocobos? What's that? I've only heard of
thanks.
chocobos.
We shall not forget your generosity.
Also, I don't recall this particular version of the song. Thumbs up.
Everything seems to be proceeding apace. I dare say you would have been fine without me.
We did have a tank, so I guess, well, I don't, no, we wouldn't have had 2 DPS, Thancred. I don't think. Shrug?
Why
Gesture?
would you say such a thing?
It's Octomammoth. Octomam is, I guess, a short version of that.
You are not bound by contract or the threat of force. And you gain no advantage by devaluing your own contribution.
What is your deal, Thancred?
Yet you must be bound by something to speak thus. What is it?
What binds me?
I don't remember. I could probably find that out right now, actually. Oh yeah, it was Octomam. With 2 M's at the end. So you're very close. Fair enough. Now I'm just scrolling through this website of boss sprites with the names, and I forgot that the demon wall was evil wall as one word with like E and W capitalized. Good old evil wall. Anything else interesting? White Dragon was Pale Dim. Dark Bahamut was Wyvern. Lunasaur was D Lunar. That's Super Nintendo FF4 for you. Now, 8 Mammoth is an extremely Final Fantasy Legends on the Game Boy type of translation, where they had moves like 8 arms as one word. So 8 Mammoth wouldn't have fit. But, I believe there's a line in the Super Nintendo original English localization of 4. Like, there's obviously the You Spoony Bard thing, but there's also like, I see you've become a paladin, Cecil. That's not good. I don't like that. Which is fantastic writing. Asterisk. Maybe not. It's very funny though. I think that's not good. I don't like that, Cecil. Or Cecil.
A belief, I suppose. Born of our shared struggles.
It is extremely 40 Cakes style of writing. I was thinking about RPG ideas recently because I have a million of those swimming around in my brain that may or may not ever result in something. And one idea I had for something that was similar to FF4 is having the main character be a Dark Knight, which he's got like a really like ribbons and frills and pastel colors and stuff kind of aesthetic. And she just has the powers of darkness because of an edgy phase that she had a while ago. But she just kept using the powers of darkness because that's what she knew how to do. But the entire rest of her aesthetic changed and clashes with it. So anyway, let me try and process this dialogue.
No matter where my comrades go, I have faith they will be fine. For I know that they will walk their chosen path as surely as I walk mine.
That doesn't really answer why you're saying we didn't need your help, but
I
still.
trust them, in short. Trite though it may sound.
I guess that kind of answers it. Gasp.
Trust.
Hat tip.
I remember the word. How long has it been since last I used it?
I'm not going to be in the trust system, most likely. So I don't know if that word applies to me.
It had no place in my dealings. Not with other Voidsent, and certainly not with Xenos. Not even in the time before darkness engulfed the world. Full often did Memoriates betray their own, corrupted by the very power they wielded. You could trust no one but yourself. Alone we fought, and alone we fell.
So this is a tangentially related statement, but at what point in 7.x do you think they will... Let me rephrase. At what point in Y.X do you think they will release Zero's outfit and weapon as cash shot items? Most likely as one outfit instead of individual pieces, as with recent ones. Given how long it took them to release some of them, I'm not sure I could even say 7.x, and it might be an 8 or 9. If they ever do.
I wouldn't know how to trust.
Just a thought that I had because Just a thought that I had because I saw Zero's scythe and I was like, that's a pretty cool scythe. That's it. That's the extent of the reason. An X.3 or X.4.
Just stay close to this one. You'll learn in no time.
Huh? Me? Sucro pointing at herself. Like that one picture. You know the one, maybe. In case you don't know the one. I don't know the origin of that image, but it's immediately what I'm thinking of right here, so. This one. I don't know the origin of this, but this is just what I assume Sucro's reaction would be to this statement. Howdy. A health and safety thing? That makes sense. How you doing?
Hi. Absolutely fine.
Whoops.
I confess I thought thou mightst have more words of counsel to offer.
Oh, she'll soon get the hang of it, even without my help. After our work here is done, I'll see myself back to the shadows.
But why, Thancred?
But before that, I take it you've heard as well.
Heard of what?
Indeed. The client seeketh Archons, and 'twould seem our extensive travels and neutrality make us prime candidates.
A client is seeking Archons?
Well, assuming we take on the request, I suspect I'll be stuck with you again. Don't let me down, hmm?
This sounds relevant to the future. Nod. Wonder what that's about. That close-up made it seem like that particular individual is important, but I don't know if that's the case. I don't think we have any data like specific drop rates of minions and the like. However, I did get the puffin immediately. I don't know if the puffin is one that's marketable or not. That's the sound that a puffin makes, probably. I just got the starboard, too. The puffin can hang out for today, though. At least. Zero's straight as an arrow, isn't she? A refreshing contrast to our more circuitous company. By simply staying close to you, will I really learn about trust? I don't know, maybe. You'll learn that I'm a cat. We are truly indebted to Kokol. I must invite him to Radzatan as a guest of honor. To not only allow us use of the tanks, but to arrange their transportation to Garlemald besides. Blessed are we to count Kokol among our allies. Unto thee we must also give thanks, Thancred, for coming to our aid on such short notice. Please, you know I'm always happy to help. Don't hesitate to call on me again. Till next time. Thancred just disappeared. Goodbye, Thancred. Thancred has been added to the Unending Codex. Oop. With the tank's transportation thus arranged, our first task is complete. We may now turn our attention to the second, to wit, obtaining the blessing of the Ilsabard contingent to use the Tower of Babel to channel energy onto the moon. Our destination is Camp Broken Glass, where we may present our petition to Commander Lucia. Been a bit since we were here, I think. Kind of, maybe? Here we are again. Maybe not that long. Glad am I to hear that Garlemald's restoration proceedeth apace, and the people no longer want for warmth. Be that as it may, there is no substitute for appropriate garments in such frigid climes, as I can personally attest. Per Yashtola's advice, I have changed into clothing more suited to these surrounds, the better to blend in. I hope this will suffice. You are, as ever, welcome, Sucro. I do not believe I have met all your comrades. Zero really does get to meet everybody today, and also Varshan, I guess. Gets to meet everyone. Sucro, allow me to personally thank you for your assistance during the recent Voidsent incursion. Your actions saved many. What brings you here today? Pray forgive us for not sending word in advance, Commander, but we seek your cooperation in a matter of great import. I don't remember how many of these people have been introduced to Varshan, or at least Varshan 2.0. Indeed, we appreciate you consulting with us instead of taking unilateral action. There's no simple matter to activate the Tower of Babel, and I speak not only of the technological challenges. Personally, I think we must consider the emotional impact of such an action above all else. Nod. Though we have yet to re-establish a governing body, we provisionally refer to those who remain here as the Garlean community. As you would expect, they are predominantly native Garleans, most of whom are uncomfortable with ethereal manipulation. To compound matters, the trauma inflicted by anima is still fresh. If the tower were to suddenly light up again, it is like to cause distress and reopen old wounds. Better than facing a mass invasion by Golbez and his Voidsent hordes, surely. Of course, we acknowledge the gravity of the situation, as well as the promised bloodshed should we fail to act. And even were we to convey your warning to the public, many simply do not understand the workings of magic or the rift. They will struggle to comprehend why they must be forced to relive personal horrors for the sake of something they cannot imagine. What's there to imagine? Haven't these people seen Voidsent with their own eyes? Let us suppose you encounter someone who is freezing in this cold. A natural thing to do might be to make them a fire, yes? But what if that person's sole experience with fire was being badly burned by it, and they harbored an acute fear? Despite the benefits, nay, the necessity of the warmth you offer, they may flee on instinct, or worse, misinterpret your actions for aggression and lash out. So, like the fire that torments this individual, the Tower of Babel torments the people of Garlemald. Yet we cannot afford to falter here. We must find a way to help them overcome their fear. Nod. I agree. To that end, the contingent will assist however we can. We should speak with Alphino and Alize. With the rapport they have established with the Garlean people, I dare say they can provide us with valuable insights. Nod. In the meantime, Urianger, might I ask that you remain here to oversee the technical aspects of the tower's activation? Nod. I am beginning to tell that prolonged use of this particular controller, to continue talking about controllers forever, does in fact harm my hands, as most things do. I will relay the particulars of your endeavor to members of the contingent. Rest assured we will do our best to assist you. If truth be told, had you approached us with your petition earlier, we are like to have declined it. The situation was simply too precarious. But the people have begun to pull themselves up, and I dare to hope they will lend an ear to your words. Full faith have I that you will win over the Garlean populace. In the meantime, I shall see to it that all is in readiness with the tower. Time to go to Sad Train Zone again. I guess we were here in the last main story patch, so this hasn't actually been that much time, really. Of all the things, to dread fire even when one is freezing, to become a prisoner of one's fear, is a fate to which Voidsent too can succumb, aye. I knew you wouldn't be able to stay away. I have taken the liberty of explaining our objective. Hey, is the... Yep. Still there. I wonder if that'll ever change. The blood stain on the flag. Heck of a thing to stay there. I guess it makes sense. I'm glad to see you, Sucro. Vritra has explained our present dilemma. There's no unfounded concern that the Garleans may take poorly to the reactivation of the Tower of Babel. Probably no one, yeah. That's putting it mildly. Many would be up in arms over it. Trust in the Ulsabard contingent is fragile enough. We need to tread lightly, or we risk jeopardizing everything we've achieved. Hat tip. 2 or 3 for this patch. Trust again. Much thinking is happening. Well, it seems to me there's naught for it but to speak with the people. Rather than harping on about the necessity of the plan, we need to lend an ear to their concerns. Then perhaps we can begin working toward a compromise. Nod. In that case, I'll take you to meet the community leaders. They're at a station called Senatus near the Synaculum Imperialis. I would be honored to speak with them, though it would be prudent to learn where people elsewhere stand as well. But I will leave that to the others, save Zero. Might you accompany me? Nod. I'm sure those in Tapper's Den will have their own opinions. Alphino, if I may drag you along? Nod. Tertium, we leave to you. You're no stranger to the people here, so it should take little prodding to convince them to speak freely. Nod. Then it's settled. Once you've learned what you can, let's all meet in Forum Solius, where we'll have what I hope is a productive discussion. It's a weird feeling to feel like Alphino and Alize are not main characters in this particular arc. Like, they're not really. They don't show up all that often. And like, for them in particular, it stands out. Like, Thancred not being around the entire time somehow stands out less. Maybe because he's so good at stealth. No! Stop it! Tower's evil! It'll turn us all evil! I don't want to hear it! Leave me alone! Yeah, true. Also, understandable reaction from that kid. Fie, that tower isn't right, I tell you. All those magics. Years ago, when I lived in the provinces, the locals razed our village to the ground with the stuff. Made things appear and disappear and fly and burn. I can still see it when I close my eyes. You've done us a good turn, dear, but let's not talk about that tower any longer. It's unnatural. What do you think, Puffin? Yeah, that's true. What do you think, Malleus? Activate the Tower of Babel. Are you out of your mind? An abomination transformed my friends and family into monsters. I can't even bear to look at it whenever I step outside. You want to do something for us? Tear the bloody thing down. You know, I'd love to, but I don't know how to do that. Tower of Babel? What's it got to do with Voidsent? Can't say I understand. Still, your people have done much in war for us Garleans. If you say it's necessary, then that's good enough for me. I think a lot of these people are individuals we have spoken to before to some degree. Whatever its present state, the Imperial Palace was once the pride of Garlemald. I mean no disrespect to you and yours, but shouldn't the Garlean people be its caretakers instead of foreigners? Though if we dared speak thus to some of the contingent, they might make assumptions. Cut our rations or worse. No, forget I said anything, please. We only want to survive, to be given the chance to rebuild, that our people might stand on their own again one day. Always forgetting to talk to people twice. Well, not most of them kind of left, to be fair. What about you? You're gonna explain stuff probably. Yeah, you're the explainer. That's when I thought I'd take a walk. No matter where I go, I'm in the shadow of that damn tower. I think everyone else left after being spoken to once. And yeah, Alphino is kind of like the main character of the game for a long time. That is true. And like, also, yeah, this tower is extremely ominous and difficult to avoid, considering like how flat the landscape is, especially. You can't really like, it can't be hidden from view, like in any reasonable way. Eulis is on his way with the others. I hope you found the people more receptive than we did. Not really. Yeah, it is completely understandable that they have that viewpoint. Sucro, might I present to you Lords Neus and Metius, magistrates of our political council. They've been spearheading the efforts to establish a new system of government here. When we raised the subject of the Tower of Babel, they insisted that we speak no further until joined by representatives of the Ilsabard contingent. I see Alphino and Alize have yet to arrive though, so perhaps we should wait. It doesn't matter if only some of you are present. We simply wish to make one thing perfectly clear. The Tower is the manifestation of Garlean ingenuity and authority. It was once the abode of the imperial family, and it will forever bear tremendous cultural significance. It is insulting enough that we have to suffer foreigners occupying it under the guise of rendering aid, and now you propose reactivating it? Nay, we have had enough. Nod. The Garlemald of old may have fallen, but she fell in civil war to her own people, not to Eorzea nor any other land. We came here to assert our unequivocal claim to our territory. Garlemald and all that lies within her bounds is beholden to no one. Well, enjoy being destroyed by the apocalypse or whatever, then. Like the other apocalypse. Look, we'll run out of apocalypses eventually if you let us deal with them. There's no common ground to be found with these men. In spite of this, you would still engage with them. We will treat with the Ilsabard contingent, if only to assert our rights. If your intentions are as benevolent as you claim, then you'll agree to our demands. Depends on what your demands are. Our sovereignty is of paramount importance. On this point, there can be no concessions. I do not begrudge them their hostility. They merely seek to protect their homeland. That said, we must strive to reach an understanding with one another. Since their excellencies are resolved to negotiate with the contingent, I'll escort them to Tertium. I'll also instruct Alphino and Alize to meet us there. Lord Metius, Lord Neus, by your leave, my comrades and I would speak with the residents of Senatus. Though the Ilsabard contingent holds the Tower of Babel, it is I who wishes for it to be reactivated, and thus I think it meet that I be present for this discussion. Yet my understanding of your people's hardships, of their hopes and desires, of their dreams for the future is sorely lacking. In my ignorance, I would struggle to contribute. Lest you worry, I will not plead our case to the community in your absence. I wish only to identify common ground upon which we might build a relationship that sees us overcome our differences. Very well. But know that the guards will not hesitate to escort you from the premises should they judge your actions to be inappropriate. Nod. If it's settled then, you should all head to Senatus. I'll join you there after I see their excellencies safely to Tertium. I don't know what their demands are going to be. I'm a little worried by the fact that they say that they mentioned all that lies within her borders or whatever. I don't remember the exact wording. What was it? All that lies within her bounds. Because that makes me think that there's going to be some faction of them who's like, I know that our empire has collapsed, but we conquered all of you. Please give us all of your... Please, we demand everything right now. And you just be like, come on, guys. But that's probably unlikely given that they're trying to establish a different system of government, I suppose. But like, that's what it sounded like for a second, which is why I was a little hesitant in saying it depends on what you demand, I suppose. Eulus has told us all. You have Lord Naeus's permission to enter and speak with our residents, but not to petition them directly for support. Remember that. Their defenses bespeak a cautious mindset, more so than Tertium. Here it is, Senatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I am given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. I hope it will be worth the trouble. As do I, Zero. As do I. It is very similar looking to the other place. I guess this is also a train station. The basic design is reminiscent of Tertium, though somewhat embellished. To begin, I propose we split up and ask the residents for their views on the Ilsabard contingent and the current state of affairs. We would also do well to learn more about this enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open hearts and open minds that I believe we may yet convince their leaders to work with us for the greater good. This person is really invested in this sheet of paper. It's probably very important. Hey there, Pelagia. What's up? You want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think about politics at all. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life. What remains of it, at any rate. I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald. Keep your voice down. There are people resting inside. Oh yeah, there are. I see what Zero meant by somewhat embellished. That's like a resting car. That is probably what's true for a lot of soldiers. It's probably what they're told to do as well. Barrel of ceruleum. You recognize the large casks as the very same you and your comrades used to transport ceruleum from Lapis Manalis. Why they're in Senatus is unclear. Presumably because they needed supplies of ceruleum, would be my guess. Here's a ceruleum heater. Some manner of... There's another one in there that's not turned on. I can go in the train, at least in this car. This is the bread car for the bread. This is the bread's train car. Please, I wish to hear your concerns regarding the tower. I guess these kind of look like they're built into the ground, but also they look like they could have been... No, they wouldn't, they're too wide to have... Well, this could have been taken out of the train, and it was like repurposed. I suppose. If it was like along the side of the train. Environmental storytelling. The damage to the city is even more extensive than we thought. The furnishings are quite lavish. I am reminded of Troya. They are a bit. Hey there, Marcus. How do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without outside aid. Be that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever, and there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. While our present welfare is important, we must be willing to endure hardship if it helps us to secure our nation's future. Strong leaders like Lord Nias understand this. A lot of paperwork to do. Probably because you're in charge of distribution of resources and whatnot. I said environmental storytelling, and I didn't mean that as like sarcasm or anything. There's genuinely a lot of interesting little details in this particular. Thank goodness for warm meals. In this very particular map that is like an instance that you go into briefly, there's a lot you can glean from all the details. Like how the train cars are being repurposed, and the furniture from the train cars, if I'm right about that, is itself also being repurposed. It's actually pretty interesting. All the notes in that office and stuff too. The stockpile of assorted supplies bears markings indicated they were provided by the Ilsabard contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant upon the Alliance for aid. I guess my guess would be that these particular trains were used for like travel and less for like supply lines and stuff. So they have more like accommodating or fancy or lavish, as Zero puts it, furniture to be used. That would just be my guess though. Finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were you able to learn? Explaining. Nod. Much the same as me, then. They accept the contingent's help out of necessity and harbor a measure of resentment. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you? It's absolutely out of the question. Zero just walking while Sucro and Varshan both run over there. What's going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard shouting. Is aught the matter? Oh, no, I was just trying to explain. Mayhap I can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man insists that it's impossible. This is a very young Ishgardian soldier. This is like the teenager face. Or younger even, maybe. Probably not. This is a young kid, I think. Concerns the Magitech weapons which run rampant throughout Regio Urbanissima. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address that issue once and for all, we proposed the elimination of all machina that loiter near the supply route. But you heard him, they refuse to even consider it. The magistrates have already spoken on this matter. Rampant or no, those war machina are Garlean assets. Furthermore, who's to say they're as dangerous as you attest? It's been suggested that this could be a pretense to scavenge Magitech material for your own ends. I know not if that's the case, but the fact remains we cannot allow you to destroy them. More speculation by the magistrates, I presume. Ridiculous, but they've spoken, and unless we want to inflame tensions further, there's naught we can do. Hat tip. How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. An equitable arrangement, of course. Well, do I understand the difficulty of your position. As a soldier, you must do your duty and obey your superiors. I have an idea, but I must first speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge of this matter? By all means. Nod. 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 There's so much nodding in this game. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution I believe will satisfy all parties. Nod. I don't know why I'm saying there's so much nodding in this game now when it's like super obvious and we're closing in on being caught up. I guess it's just because I said it like 5 times in a row. So is our equitable solution going to be that we do in fact eliminate the Magitech that is rampant, but we supply the scavenged parts to the Garleans? Because that makes sense to me. We can clean up the rampant machina, not Magitech, and then deliver the parts to them instead of the Alliance getting it. He seems awfully confident. What do you suppose he has in mind? Who is this person again? I have completed mine inspection of the tower. Thou shalt be pleased to hear that the transference of ether will pose no difficulty. You're returned with glad tidings, I hope. Leave this to me, my friend. Welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Garlean community. Nod. Mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe all stand to gain. As satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Razatand and the people of Garlemald. Oh. You know, that also makes sense. We're all surprised by this, except for Zero. Please, continue. Nod. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they have chosen to remain, for it is their home. That they have been able to survive thus far is thanks to the Ilsabard contingent, or rather, in less flattering terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. 'Tis no surprise, then, that some Garleans are loath to engage with foreigners, for fear of indebting themselves further or surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. That is why I wish to present them with an equitable arrangement. One that would restore to them a sense of agency after having been forced to rely on charity. You know, that's actually really helpful of you. I think. Easier said than done. What exactly did you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Radz-at-Han abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, but I wish to continue in this tradition. And I wish to continue in this tradition. We would provide for your people you would provide your people with such supplies as you require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Babel as well as share your Magitech resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will of course require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it you will be duly compensated. Radz-at-Han's culture will be enriched by your Magitech wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlemald grow wealthy and prosperous. Only when both sides keep the interests of the other in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. It is a principle I once thought I understood, but have come to appreciate all the more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from beyond the rift. Smile. Gasp. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I myself see no reason to object to your proposal. Indeed, if Radz-at-Han were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with us. Nod. If you see the sense in my proposal, then I ask you to join me in the negotiations in Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lord Neas and Metius. Nod. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. I have learned all that I may regarding the tower's operation, so I too shall hie me to Tertium. Tertium. One of those. I have not been in the game enough recently, and so I shall also go to the designated cutscene area. I think... Wait, no. I accidentally used an Etherite ticket I really didn't need to use, but not on that teleport, but the previous one, I think. And we finally begin the negotiations. Gasp. A crowd you may have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. Tower of Babel is ours by rights, and nothing you do will convince us otherwise. Rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the satrap of Radz-at-Han, I wish to establish a new trade agreement between our nations. Nod. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later, we must stand on our own 2 feet. But to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. It's true we do not want for Magitech and ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things as we lack. It would depend on the precise terms, but I can see the merits. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You serve the Emperor, we're a proud patriot, yet now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant? Shake head. Like you, I weep for what we've lost. But if we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious few assets remain to us. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. You are a traitor, Neas, and there will be a reckoning. Oh yes, when the people of Sonatas learn of this, they will cry out for your blood. Wow. Lord Metius, wait, it isn't safe out there. I think this guy might kind of suck a little bit. Was he the one who said the thing that I was worried about earlier? I think it was Neas. Scrolling. He said the sovereignty was of paramount importance. Yeah, Neas said the thing about unequivocal claim to the territory and all that lies within the bounds of Garlemald. Well, let's see how this goes, I guess. I fear from Lord Metius. While I'm thrilled Lord Neas was willing to consider my proposal, I'm worried about Lord Metius. Yeah, a little bit. An embarrassing display. A man in Metius' station should have the capacity to keep his emotions in check. To the best of my knowledge, Lord Metius is a civil servant with no combat experience. Should he meet with misfortune, he may fare poorly. I'm not surprised. Some people cannot be moved by mere words. Also, there was a hat tip in that text box. If we're counting, which I'm not. It's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Metius. Let us leave matters here in Maxima's care, while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Metius is bound for Sonatas, we may be able to catch up to him in Regio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm. Do not worry about us. Just see that Lord Metius does not come to harm, please. Yep, same text box from you. You know, this new Sucra outfit does seem like it's probably a little more suited to the cold weather than the previous one as well. I think I like this one a little bit more, maybe, at least for right now. Seems like Metius is in a bit of trouble. Are you going to tell me that you didn't need saving or something? I hope not. Please be a little bit reasonable, at least about being rescued. I'm alive. Okay, Zero does sometimes run.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
How far off was my Metius voice?
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
Kind of close. Also, god dang it, Metius. Sucro's
You
face.
love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that. We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. but I won't stop looking nonetheless. And I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Aye. So long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
Hey, Euless, you're actually pretty good at speeches. Did you know that? Maybe you should be on some sort of, like, political group for Garlemald? I don't know, just a thought. For all we have been and for what we may yet become. Is kind of similar to a recurring phrase.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station. I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me?
Gasp. Salute.
Ere we part, I apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Thank you for being reasonable, Metius. I was worried that you wouldn't be. You weren't at first, not really, but
Euless,
like...
wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
Nod. What's up, Zero?
What is it?
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
You might be misunderstanding a little bit. But you're very much trying to understand.
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here. So that's how Zero came to join you. Still, I'm not sure I'm qualified to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person. Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister.
You seem pretty good at speaking. Like words. Impassioned speeches, that sort of thing. So I think you might have some insight to offer.
As for the magistrate,
hello
I
and
only
welcome.
told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence. Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself. Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did, after I was caught trying to steal provisions from the enemy. Trust comes easy in such company.
Little wonder my world is devoid of it.
Hat tip again.
No one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one. And round the wheel turns. During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness.
More of Zero's story.
You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive.
Hey, that sucks.
My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on her mission alone.
Alone? Didn't you have anyone to help you?
Almost. 2 men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates. When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened.
Hey, conspicuous armor up there? That's extremely obviously Golbez, I think. Probably. A swordsman, though. Well, in 4, Golbez and Cecil are brothers. So it could be the case that this is some sort of Cecil equivalent. He does appear to have a great sword, which would make him a Dark Knight. He also kind of resembles Golbez from After Years with his armor gone. So that's my leading theory as of this text box. A swordsman and a mage.
They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron.
Yep, okay.
And were traveling the realm in search for means to end the Contra Memoria.
Yeah, that's just Cecil and Golbez. Alright. The references are strong in this part of the game. Or I don't know if that's the right word for it. The references are here, at least.
They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world?
You know what? That makes a lot of sense.
Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit.
You know, that's understandable, Zero.
I expected some manner of outburst. Some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared.
Huh.
Perhaps they hoped I was like them, too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately, I was undone. Overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world.
Oh, geez.
Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift.
I appreciate the just abrupt cut to nothing. A weirdly powerful cinematic choice in a realm of full of fading to other colors instead most of the time. Well, fading to white a lot of the time, sometimes fading to black. But just the abrupt cut was unexpected.
When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end of the world alone.
Hey, this is a pretty
But it's all
powerful
history
scene,
now.
I think.
No amount of reflection or regret will change our present reality.
It got me a bit. Something about that abrupt cut really made it hit home. I don't know why.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive. So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today.
Gasp.
Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Hat tip.
Here it is again.
Questioning head tilt.
The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
However you like, or with a handshake, perhaps. However you like.
Give me your hand.
Gasp.
It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
Alright, you got me again. You're getting me. The emotions are happening. Ah, geez, etc. That's really good. Ah, no. The fading to white. Oh, god damn it. You get out of here. Get out of here. What's that flashback supposed to mean? Just thinking about how he insisted that we were a friend the whole time? I assume. Hopefully not implying that we considered him to be a friend in some way. Though I can see how you would read it as such. Thinking about how Xenos never really understood the concept, yeah. Yeah, I did get the Puffin. I got the Puffin in one try somehow. I don't know how rare they are compared to other minion drops. When I first met Zero, I wasn't sure what to make of her forthright to a fault nature. But now I understand she's simply an honest soul to the core. I also have a slightly different outfit, because I have the appointed jacket. And, before I had the Puffin, on this stream, I had the Starbird summon, because I got the Starbird recently, too. That's a good way to look at it, too. But since we got the Puffin this stream, they get to hang out. Thanks for the congrats. And yeah, I like that way of looking at it. Like, that's the last vestige of Xenos. Thank you. I feel at last as though I found the answers I sought, and I owe it all to you and Euless. Right then. I expect the others are already arrived back at Tertium. We should join them. Nod. Girly and pizza is still kind of a funny set of words to me. That's quite a gathering of people. Full glad am I to see everyone returned, and none the worse for wear. Various representatives of the Garlean community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. You've read the memorandum? I trust you find the terms acceptable? Nod. Well, yes, nod. I do. And Naeus, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I'm ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiations solely on your shoulders in my absence. You should know that, when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tappersden, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would be to prevent another Voidsent invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of ceruleum. I'd have to say I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep to themselves in Senatus are here. My friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I'm pleased to inform you all on this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Radzatan. To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Babel. In return, Radzatan will provide us with supplies, which shall be equally distributed amongst the settlements of our nation. Nod. Nod. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but trade. A bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect. And it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining true independence. Radzatan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It is my hope that through this agreement our peoples will enjoy a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather round to hear the particulars that you might convey them to those elsewhere. There's some nervousness around here, it would seem. Nod. Nod. So burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald, they were unable to imagine a brighter future. To be recognized as equals, as a nation with something of value to offer to others, that validation alone is enough to rekindle their hope. And yeah, the role quest stuff does add to the whole situation in Garlemald, for sure, I think. It is by virtue of this partnership that we may access the Tower of Babel, a rather timely development given the ether tank's impending arrival. Once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but await Y'shtola's signal to channel the energy to the moon, yes? Nod. Then you can leave that and anything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry, devote all your energies to the mission in the void. As ever, I am in your debt. Hat tip. You are good friends. Surprise. Smile and nodding. Zero's learning what friendship is. I like Zero a lot as a character. I like this whole arc. I've seen people complain vaguely about it. I should really stop looking at the internet because it's just people complaining and being uncomfortable. Sometimes at the same time. But I like this whole set of the story, I think. Good friends, eh? Coming from her, you know she's not just saying it to be nice. Both Radz-at-Han and Garlemald stand to benefit greatly from this arrangement. It may well mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Moments like these give me hope that we still have a place in this world. I'm not wrong to call them that, am I? Friends. Garlean technology shall enrich my people's lives and empower them to achieve new feats. I am particularly eager to see what our alchemists are inspired to create. Lunar Rendezvous.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete.
I think I am finally reaching a point where it is not funny every single time that someone mentions something absurd with the moon. Well, it's not absurd in context, but it's not... I'm not amused every single time the moon is brought up at this point. Just because of the saturation of it.
However, we have yet to receive word from Y'shtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion. Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may.
Determined. Nod. The moon has become a place, yes.
Ere we set forth,
with funny bunnies, that's also true.
Y'shtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Ajdaya from the Void. Held captive for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
Gasp.
You would have me go in my true form.
That does seem reasonable.
Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon.
We've mentioned rescuing
beginning,
Ashdaya in this
I shall
patch
return
already
this vessel
too,
to
so...
Radzadhan, that I may have both my eyes.
Yeah, he can just fly to the moon, I guess.
And until such time as we find Ashdaya, I wouldn't trust her eye to your keeping.
Oh. It's time for Sucro to hold on to an eye again, I guess. Probably a good thing I started wearing full gloves. I mean, you know, for cleanliness. Nod. Sound of picking up an eye. Well, put it in my pocket.
We shall contact you via Link Pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow.
Okay, it's still a little bit funny when they say the moon. I wonder if Sucro has somehow made her pockets into bags of holding with Arcanima.
Understood. We'll be ready.
You could probably use Arcanima to distort space in a container somehow. Arcanima does a lot.
Take care, Zero.
Smile from Zero.
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
In Mare
That's true.
Lamentorum, then. Go well.
Now, Vritra, how long will it actually take for you to fly to the moon? Because we don't have a lot of time, I don't think. Not really. You take care as well, Sucro. I'll do my best. The trade agreement discussions do not require our input, so Alize and I are free to attend to the Tower of Babel without distractions. Leave the tower to us. I think I saw this very specific other sage Mikote earlier. She must be on the same step of the story as I am. I thought it was snowing on the moon for a second. It's moon dust, which is basically kind of the same thing as snowing on the moon. But I was confused nonetheless. Oh, you're right there. Hey Zero, welcome to the moon. What do you think of the moon? The moon. When Xenos brought me here, I remember feeling surprised that such a desolate place could exist in the source. Right, you've been here. I forgot Xenos was on the moon at one point.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Entourage? Nod. Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
Oh, is moon dust on our moon razor fiberglass? That doesn't sound great.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking. The development of the artificial Atomos was one thing, but this is an opportunity like no other.
I think they said it is Atomos in the previous patches, but now it's Atomos. That makes sense. There does seem to be an atmosphere on this one, so it's probably not killing everyone as much, because we're all standing around.
Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on voice and summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak.
I think that's the first time anyone has said Koinak aloud. I've been saying Koinak, which is similar, but not quite.
The Empire's application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates provided us with many a useful insight for our work, let me tell you.
Wait. Elegant treatises on void scent summoning. Application of etherochemistry in regulating void gates. Okay.
I asked a favor of Grahatir when we were comparing notes on cross-rift travel. Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied.
Yeah, alright. Nod.
The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own.
Does this count as a... Well, it's not really ominous, but this is a dramatic shot of the planet. In a way.
And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void scent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
I'll help. Nod.
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use of...
Aye, a tried and tested means of holding dark entities at bay is readily available here. 'Twould be remiss of us not to employ it.
So we are using the Zodiac zone to some extent.
We shall reforge the brands that Xenos and Fandaniel destroyed. That which held even Zodiac shall more than suffice for void scent of any persuasion.
Gasp.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration. There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Alright, what do I need to do?
Essence, so I suggest we continue this discussion as we make our way to the brands.
I think they kind of were. But, like, we probably won't be able to restore them to full functionality if Heidelin was involved, but more than enough for our purposes would be my guess. Y'shtola hath done well indeed to devise a seal in so short a time. 'Tis a testament to her ingenuity in times of need. This seal we mean to erect, I assume it won't hinder a half-voidsent like me from going in the other direction? That's actually a good point. How did you fare with the preparations below? So this is one of the brands that once imprisoned Zodiark. Were I to describe it to my comrades back home, I doubt my words could do it justice. Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiark's brands, and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling void scent. Yet, though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there is a chance it will allow lesser void scent to slip through. Therefore, we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe the Loporit's supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Ariage, Sucro, the two of you have a strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with Livingway in Bestway's burrow and provide any assistance they require. I will join you. As a void scent, my knowledge may be of use. Oh no, Zero has to meet the Loporits now. An excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see to reforging the brands. We'll send word when we have finished. Pray do the same. Someone is here as the Santa. We have matters here well in hand. Go meet with the Loperids. First, we shall see to this brand. We will have the brands in working order before you know it. That's true, because I won't know when you're done, because you have to send word after that. So in a very literal sense, that is objectively correct. Yeah, I'm always thinking about that, Ed. My brand. I have special eyes. Speaking of Krakator, yeah. It's impossible to drive straight with this controller. What are these things? Good, good. Living Way, I trust thou hast been well. There you are. Y'shtola has apprised me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case this voice and containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they can and will bring them to the northeast corner in short order. Please wait there. Nod. Despite their bestial appearance, these creatures are highly intelligent, and much like you and yours, they take pleasure in helping others. Also a hat tip. Really should have been counting the hat tips. Ever grateful am I for the Loperit's irrepressible compulsion to help. What do you think, Puffin? I agree.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Little off in the Living Way voice. Yep, that's Robot.
Hello there, friends. A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
Time for the Loperit Tower Defense minigame. It plays exactly like the Mount Corel minigame in Final Fantasy VII. Inexplicably. That'd be very funny if that happened. Even if it played differently. Just tower defense with the Loperits.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Mount Carrot. Yeah.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Even now, as we pursue new dreams, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy.
Sleeping Way, wake up. Sleeping Way.
So you can count on us, ever and always.
Sleeping Way.
Right, so...
Sleeping Way.
We originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe.
Sleeping Way.
They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment. And who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
Oh. Yeah,
I believe I would make a better instructor. Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
This Zero face is... I feel like this is the thumbnail for the YouTube upload. That's really funny looking. Zero gets to participate in comedy. She's actually just standing there. I think. Zero has learned about doing a bit. Questioning head tilt. Sleeping way.
Well, don't just stand there. Engage! 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 Engage!
What is even happening in this patch sometimes? The tone is... They figured out how to make the tone shift more jarringly.
Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into void-sent slaughterbots!
Hooray?
Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed.
I forgot they measured time in carrots.
But if you were to provide us with encouragement... we just might be able to do it in 2.
What is happening in this patch sometimes? I repeat again. This could also be a thumbnail. There are many important pictures to take in this patch. Zero is very confused by this all, probably.
This I leave to you.
The buck has been passed. The Hildebrand comedy noises are here again. I hope this is setting a precedent for more shenanigans happening in, like, main story of this nature. The Loporrit's eyes twinkle with anticipation as they await your buoyant exhalation. To wit, they yearn for you to rally their spirits. Though I fear my laudations will leave them wanting, I shall do mine utmost to rally the Loporrits. I wonder if these creatures also once existed on the Void's moon, hat tip. But even if they did, they must all be Void-sent by now. Oh my god, are we going to run into Void-sent Loporrits? To be clear, we will always do everything within our power to aid the people of Etheirys. As I'm sure you'll agree, though, it doesn't hurt to have a little encouragement. Rally the engineers, engage. The Loporrits are doing their best to meet your expectations, and it's only fair that you return the favor. Shower them with all the encouragement you can muster and rally their spirits. Yeah, right. Heck yeah! What? Engage! Engage! Oh, sorry, I was in the midst of... forgive me, the sight of precision parts is strangely soothing and sleep-inducing. But I'll try to keep moving. The repairs? Oh, they proceed apace, I assure you. But they might go even more swiftly if you were to spur us on. Rally us, as it were. Wink, wink. I have to talk to them all first to see what they say, is the thing. You can do it! What a marvelous feeling! There's nothing like the wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up. I don't remember what singing way sounds like. Oh, what could be more splendiferous than to repair our supporters under the loving gaze of people from Etheirys? Nothing, I tell you, nothing, save for one such individual to rally us while we go about it, but a humble Loporrit can only dream. Yeah, Dawn Trail does seem like an ideal setting for shenanigans. You can do it! With you cheering me on, I can do not less than my very best. Never fear, we shall ensure the supporters are ready for any void sent brazen enough to slip through. If they seem to struggle, we'll rally them, or at least we would if someone were kind enough to demonstrate. Cheering. Oh, thank you very, very much. You don't know how uplifting it is to have you encouraging us. I mean, you're showing us the proper techniques so we may keep our supporters operating at peak efficiency. My, everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray attend to your remaining busy work and leave the deployment of our new and improved voice and slaughter bots to us. You can't just acknowledge MMO busy work, Living Way. Okay, I guess you can. You're a funny rabbit, you can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want in the script, for the most part.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands.
Okay, you definitely can't say anything, but you can say, you can point out the busy work. Anyway.
Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Nice job repairing the brands in 1 carat or whatever. Just really quickly. Y'shtola, was it? Oh, has she not run into Y'shtola before, really? I guess not. The red side of the moon. Is that good? The brands are ready, I presume. Excellent. With the Loperites having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Y'shtola post-haste and prise open our gate into the void. They were a little bit of busy work, I guess. But I never really felt like... I never felt that way. Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you for petting Calico. Oh hey, I'm actually driving straight when I said it was impossible to do so on this controller. It's only, like, difficult. There's an oddity with the control stick. I probably could have teleported closer, but, you know, whatever. There's no hurry. No hurry that significant, at least. I have duly informed Y'shtola of our task's completion. While you all tend to matters in the 13th, I shall remain here and ensure the integrity of gate and seal both. This is it. Some manner of cactuar attempted to make mischief, but no one came to harm. How did you fare? Justinian was harassed by a lunar cactuar? With Justinian keeping us safe, we were able to finish repairing the brands without incident. My thanks for seeing to the supporters. With this, all is in readiness for the ritual. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alize in the Tower of Babel to channel ether to the moon. Once we've amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Urianger and I shall begin our incantations to open a void gate. I'm expecting several cutscenes in sequence to happen soon. If all goes well, Mater will form in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. Wait. Okay, so... Okay, I guess that makes sense. Nod. That is all. If there are no questions, then let us begin. Or it's an elaborate duty of some kind. Okay, no, just a regular cutscene.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated. Give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
Make it so, huh?
The
We've
moment
already
of
said
truth.
engage, too. Barry is nodding. Did you need to both press the button? I guess you're channeling either, so yes, actually. That was a cool shot.
By the sisters!
Oriange, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate.
That's a great question. I guess it's fine. They're making it more sparkly, so that means it's safer. Probably.
A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
They had to be in range. They had to be pretty close to the target. 60 yalms or whatever. Oh, so can I activate all the brands from the first one? That's good. They just go in a circle. They have a circuit connecting them, I guess. That makes sense. Nidana also assisted in making the science possible. But probably also witnessing it,
The
yeah.
gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
What was that running animation, Sucro? You goof. You silly. There sure is a giant void gate on the moon.
The nasty eyeball is here. Hey, what's this gate about? Seems like a pretty cool moon you got there.
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this.
I wasn't too far off from the voice. Lord Golbez loves doors and gates.
So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
To the stars. Oh yeah, it's Ryan time.
Of course.
That is done Van over there. DP on wake up.
Destroy!
Wow. 2 out of 3 Xenoblade haiku. Followed by DP on wake up. Reacher's here too.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
The
Apart
alchemists
is an
love to do
understatement.
science.
None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the Heck Moon and beat up Golbez for being a jerk who's causing problems on purpose.
But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
Reacher just being in this shot is kind of funny, like, hey, I'm here too.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis.
That makes sense. I follow your
Meanwhile, the power
logic.
of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures.
Planar fishes? I mean, I understand that you said planar fissures, but the way you specifically said it sounded like you said fishes and planar.
Working with this
which is probably
hypothesis,
fine.
I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void.
This guy is also here. Characters just sitting in the background are funnier than they ought to be. Hey. Cool void gate.
Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us.
For now.
Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Just a step. Many more remain to be taken. Which further motivates me to forestall a void-sent invasion. So come, let us set forth, to find Ashdaya and put an end to Golbez's plot.
Determined, and a nod. Another nod.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
Oh, I thought we were just gonna jump in it or something.
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the alchemists safely home, then together with the Loporrits maintain vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
Nod. Oh, nice. Bit of this theme. Have we established that it's fine for Zero to go? She was a little concerned about that. Waving. Look, well, she went through the seal. It looks like it's fine. Imagine if she just splatted on that like a windshield. I wonder if she has somehow become more human than she once was. I mean, like, the ether did contribute to that when we first met her, but still. Nice of this moon to also have an atmosphere. We didn't even consider that it might be hostile to exist on the red moon, I suppose. Seems fine, though.
This is the moon of the 13th.
There it is. Unfortunately, I was spoiled on this song being in here, but I really like this song.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
I really like FF for Another Moon. It's so strange in a good way, and like ominous and threatening. It's a cool song.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
Yeah, the only void scent that was here was that one eyeball, and they got blown up, I guess.
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain.
R.I.P. Jerry the Void Scent.
Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
Now that was the only minion.
I do not sense my sister. Where could she be? Where?
Steady, Vritra. We've barely arrived. Let us explore our surrounds before drawing conclusions.
Yes, thou art right. I shall survey the moon from above. The ground, I leave to you all.
I wonder if I can do a thing here. A little bit. Bright red's a bit more difficult. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. That's concerning looking. As it should be, perhaps. Let me... I'm making it more concerning instead of less concerning, I think. How do we feel about looking at this background? It's like the stream is in dark mode. I guess so. Trying to make it match more closely. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty close. What do you mean, where's Zodiark? Zodiark got blown up. It's fine. Oh god, it's so red. weather is still vacuity. Maybe? My lance will be ready should any more of Golbez's pawns appear. The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson, a consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps. No motorcycles on the red moon. Golbez hates those. Also no ether currents. No matter how you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. What, not even any giant, like, single-cell organisms? Come on. How can it really be Final Fantasy IV reference without the prokaryotes? No sign of a Watcher or any Loporits. Perhaps they were swallowed up in the flood of darkness, or perhaps they never existed here. You know, now that I think about it, the point of interest is still there. Hold on. The Void Gate's still there. No, I need you to look at the planet, Super. Now this could be a thumbnail. Also just a cool shot, and I like to take cool shots of video game. Well, Golbez's lair is down there. Invisible. ... Zero appears to be lost in thought, her gaze fixed upon the fathomless abyss. I don't know, I can fathom something in that abyss. I can see it. It's not that much of an abyss right now. You hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sounds of your comrades, there is nothing. So far, you've failed to find any clues as to Azdaya's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero's noticed something that you missed. I'm still waiting for the several cutscenes we'll play in sequence notice to hit. But no, instead we just get cutscenes sometimes.
The chasm has caught your attention as well.
Yep. Seems to be like the only thing that's around here, other than nothing. Also a dramatic shot.
There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths.
Hey look, we're talking about the thing that you brought up, it seems.
Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered.
We're directly discussing what's up with Zodiac now, I guess.
But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee. Climb on, my friends. Astaya is here, within this chasm.
Gasp. Collectively, except for Zero. So do dragons not need ether currents to fly at all? This is probably established. Everyone knows the standard landing pose procedure.
Drown King.
Sister. Tis I, Vritra. I have come to rescue thee. Have we heard Vritra speak
You were
in
entrusted
dragon
with
language
Ashdire's eye,
before?
were you not?
Gasp. Nod. Time to pitch it like a baseball. Or not. I think I've forgotten why we had one of Ashdire's eyes in the first place. What? How? Not that, like, I remember we were just entrusted with it, but I forgot why it was... Vritra, wherefore art thou here? Oh, thank goodness! Okay, something about dragon language having "oh, thank goodness" in it. I think it was Kanyatso that did that. Tis thee, dear sister, truly thee. How long have I dreamed of this moment? Would that I could have found thee sooner, but I am here now. Let us return home together.
Seth es lis na fesk on ner no rail ak stra idran.
The thought filleth me with joy, but I fear it cannot be. Not even with a dragon's might can these chains be broken.
Esk es I nesh I gol ak.
For they are forged of the very will of the man named Golbez. Gasp.
So this is indeed Golbez's domain.
Zero can understand dragon speak, I guess.
Kis arn in.
Thou keepest company with mortals.
Es fil ud in.
I do. They are my stalwart allies without whom I could not have come this far.
Sis? Ask dear Amtar.
Is that so? Then much time hath passed indeed.
For war, Meradarn, Alan an.
It doth feel like only yesterday that we were fighting the void-sent hordes the men of Alag had unleashed on Mericidia.
Les el kol an. Zdis sorn rum. Snar Tiamat an.
Desperate to save Tiamat, I flew into this lightless world to strike at the heart of the Cloud of Darkness's forces.
Kai ros an. K ul K darn morn. Dis an. Kai an. Nal stra an.
But the void-sent I slew returned again and again, and before I knew it, the rift betwixt worlds had closed. I was stranded, bereft of strength.
Nar tal king in eyes.
Thou didst save the lives of full many, sister.
Athan Erndran Esktai.
Today we abide in harmony with men, working side by side and forging enduring bonds.
I'll call hes in hes ud lar an. Esk les ud an.
Indeed, in the course of searching for thee, I did cross paths with many a noble mortal, with whom I built a nation of rich diversity.
Ses razat han lu an. Snorson an hai hes in an.
To thee I would show it, my beautiful Radzatan. I shall not rest until thou art free.
Ta hes an Aelgol osk in.
When Golbez found me collapsed, the darkness ravaging my wounds, he spoke and said,
Ses kidir in an. Casta an.
'Tis but a matter of time before you turn, but I have the power to stop it.
Sta in es katao tai an. Es an stra in sorn.
And he did, for a price. I would remain myself but bound, an everlasting feast for his minions who supped upon my ether over thousands of years.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern el. Mis head. Ood.
If such is thine attempt at encouragement, mortal, then thou art as graceless as Nidhogg. Air horns. A little bit.
Kis targo. Asrael dis tar. Sma osk in sis an.
'Twas Golbez who did weave this spell, and so his defeat should serve to unravel it. Would it suffice as a show of spirit were I to reveal what I know of the villain?
Now there's a start. So, what can you tell us?
Sis tar no kon in.
Mayhap in order to sustain the magic he cannot travel far from this place. Is he like standing behind the giant throne this whole time just listening to the conversation, maybe? He's just gonna walk out. He doth prefer to send minions to carry out his will, but on occasion will himself ascend to the moon's surface.
Som lesam an, som du orta sis.
And every time without fail he will visit the same location to the south. Something of import lieth there, doubt not.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
Determined look. Implied nod. I'm gonna take this time to be right back. I was waiting for a too many cutscenes warning, or a many cutscenes, not necessarily too many, but yeah, I'm gonna do this, which means that the very ominous moon music is going to be interrupted by shenanigans. A red rectangle? What by the gods? Hello. Congratulations to those who won. Condolences to those who did not. And yeah, Red Moon, pick the red one. That's the secret. Unfortunately, this secret will never apply again. Well, maybe one more time. It depends. Abyssal Dark. The others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area, if you could see to the south. Nothing here. Mayhap further south then? I've only performed a cursory search, but I doubt there's anything of note further west. Perhaps you could try looking to the southeast. How large is this map? Quite. Actually. The Red Moon, also. In case you were unsure what sort of moon we were at. Which, I mean, you could easily be. Some forms of color blindness would not perceive this moon as being red, probably. I could not discern a structure of any kind from above. Whatever this place or object might be, Golbez hath hidden it well. It's the size of the Mare Lama. Yeah, that makes sense. Minus, minus the bunny zone. Also, that is a large, oh, no, I found it. I was gonna say that was a large radius to look at. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye.
Did you find something?
I found a rock. It's a weird rock, though. Oh, I found a shiny rock.
A memoria. But whose?
Probably the swordsman. Probably Cecil. That's my guess. We'll probably see if I'm right in like 2 seconds. Wow, first-person gameplay. Good job, Golbez. And Cecil. Probably. That's a Cecil type of individual.
You have lied,
Durante,
pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your
not
defense?
Cecil, but it is the swordsman.
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools.
Durante sounds familiar as a name, though.
Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
That's also Golbez's real name? Huh. I did say he looked similar to Golbez. Golbez did not want to observe that. Or just blinked. In death may your soul find salvation.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant.
You're a nobler man than I.
Hey, isn't this the hairstyle they just added, like, recently? As being available to the player? Oh yeah, that was the prayer emote. Come now, we are all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I choose to believe that had these men known peace and plenty, they would not have been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
This hairstyle is from a variant dungeon, I think? I don't actually remember how you get the hair. Oh wait, yes, it's variant dungeon. Yeah, Golbez's text isn't in speech bubbles or voiced. Yeah, hello. Nod. That means that he was the protagonist.
Thank you.
Of the memory.
I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
Are they gonna be like, Golbez is your reflection in the void or something? That'd be something. Who is that?
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriates taken by darkness.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Oh no. Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
I mean, Golbez is heavily armored. Like... Wizard
Even when
Knight.
we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few Memoriates remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over.
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already, and another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron.
Watch out, the King of Baron has been replaced by Kanyatso. Be careful.
Had another vision of the past, did you?
Sure did.
What? I was in it.
Nod.
It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this Memoria is...
Something about the way Golbez just landed there.
So, you have come. You who would oppose our crusade.
That landing gave the impression that Golbez is in fact operating in low gravity, unlike us. So now I'm just thinking about him bounding around the moon in low grav. I mean, it makes sense that he'd show up over here.
Tranquil.
Sister!
John Madden.
True. Yep. Of course that's Golbez.
You. I know you.
Is that so? from the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Then I would bid you join me. As a child of our world and slave to the wheel, fight with me for the salvation of all our souls.
Fight with you? More like fight as your pawn.
Hey, have we actually had a proper join me villain moment in this game before now? Oh yeah, we have. Gaius did that in Realm Reborn, but like other than that, we don't have that many of those. A return to the classics.
It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon.
Yeah.
But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity.
I guess Emmett Silk was kind of leading up to that. You're right. That's true.
It is for the dragon that you have come, yes?
Yeah, but also to beat you up, because you're being rude.
When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Look, Golbez wants a hug. Just him spreading out his arms like that. Give me a hug. I too wish to learn of friendship. Speak plainly, jailer.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished.
So you're just gonna be like, thanks for bringing me new batteries, idiots, and swipe
Your
Vritra?
coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope.
Oh, that.
Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
So yeah, remember that thing about how she was like seconds away from being corrupted? Ashdaya, no!
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
Yeah. Vritra, thou must flee! Why did we ignore that part of what she told us? Also, I did mention... Yep, there it is.
And obey.
I knew exactly. I knew you'd have the Shadow Dragon. I knew that you having a dragon captive was like related to how you have a Shadow Dragon. With my knowledge of Final Fantasy IV, I knew this was coming. Or at least I predicted it.
Kill him.
Yeah, that's true. We did think that. I don't remember if I saw... Whoa. I don't remember if I saw any pictures of the Shadow Dragon pre-release. Dragon fight! Whoa! Sister, please!
Damn you!
Sukro also drew her weapon. What?
Keep our guests occupied.
I was hiding minions in the rocks. I guess. Everyone gets to be cool except for Sukro. That's just implied, I guess. Oh, there she is. Sukro has to be cool later. Crap. Sukro used her healing magic. All of it.
Save her. I beg thee. Save my sister.
I mean, she gets to be cool when the actual gameplay part happens. I'm gonna do a Sage Auto attack on your chin and do 12 damage. You're gonna be so embarrassed that you actually explode. Just gonna slap you on the knee.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end.
Yeah, I know. I saw the
The
memory.
experience taught me to discern the strong. That dragon and you.
I guess. Yeah. Oh. Wow, cool mount, Golbez. How many people can ride on this one? Oh wait, I know the answer. It's 9. Cool 9-person mount, Golbez. This is the logical... This is the logical conclusion of the square battlefield. It's the cube battlefield. Rest assured I need no invitation or I'll deal with you and then I'll free Ashdaya. Okay, we have yet another Four Fiends remix. I actually hadn't heard this version. I had no idea what the music for this fight was gonna be like. I'm gonna deal with you and then I'm gonna save that dragon. Hey, Sukro got to do the cutscene, like, fist making gesture. Hell yeah.
Accursed light. You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy. Our agony. You will not deny us our release.
The Voidcast Deus now accessible. Howdy. Hey Golbez, hey Golbez, hey Golbez, hey Golbez, hey Golbez, hey Golbez. Hey. Hey Golbez. Are you annoyed yet? Are you annoyed yet? Are you annoyed yet? Are you annoyed yet? Are you annoyed? He's doing his best to ignore me. I think I'm gonna be right back again real quick. Not gonna do a thing this time. Just to make sure that I'm as ready as I can be for Golbez, I guess. I have to be at my full strength to fight this guy. Okay. Sorry I'm always having to step away, but that's just how it is. Well. Oh, this also has, oh wait, no, that's still 14 motif. Hey, Golbez, are you annoyed yet? Now you listen here, Golbez. I'm gonna reprimand your foot. I'm going to dab on Golbez until this fight begins. Hey, look, there he goes. That's the power of dabbing. Since I did that before I saw the redeem, I guess you get a free one. Hey, that's the sword that your friend had. Knight in black, Golbez. Two Sage Party.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift. If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel.
Oh.
Where my Rhine-kissed blades, I will suffer no obstacles.
Yeah.
No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge! Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow. With abyssal dark and hero blade, I bring my people liberation.
Oh, you're doing the Dark Knight, Dark Side, what's it pose a little bit, or you were. You've combined your dragon and your sword into one thing.
You shall know true terror.
Oh, we both used Fanheima, I think. Whoops. I guess that's probably okay.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Crush them! Bathe them in black flame!
I think I should be as far away from those as possible, probably.
My meteors will extinguish your light! A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Yeah, okay. I got it.
Look to the heavens for your doom.
Oh god.
You wretch. Come forth, my servant of shadow! Let lightning surge!
I assume we don't want to both. Yeah.
A raging gale to rend you asunder. Be gone! Dragon, hear me and obey.
So far, this fight has been pretty understandable for me.
Look to the heavens for your doom.
This bit is a bit scary.
Where my Rhine-kissed blades?
Sometimes you just throw out a heal because otherwise you won't be using it, I guess. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're doing that, I think.
Crush them.
And then this.
Render unto me your all.
I assume...
My meteors will extinguish your light. Come forth, my servant of shadow! Let lightning surge!
Oh, okay, don't go in both then. Genius that I am, I thought maybe since they don't happen at the same time, the idea is... I think that's an understandable mistake, actually. I don't need to be sarcastic about that. I didn't notice that time yet. I think I did pretty well.
My power.
I think that death was a very understandable mistake on my part.
Even my blade. So, this is the limit of my defiance.
This random person gets it. Should have commended them instead. Four commendations, wow. That's a lot. The cube descends! Oh, that fight kills people a lot? Huh. I'm glad we did well. Golbez has become regular sized.
Are you alright?
Yep. What, that was difficult? Huh. Different people have trouble with different things. Most of that was pretty understandable to me, though I was sort of following other people.
What's
and
happening?
Like, to some degree. Teehee, I had absorbed the power of Zodiark, and now that's free, and it's going to become the real final boss. Probably.
You may have bested me, but not quickly enough. Too late.
I go away now.
To the chasm.
I can still fly.
You've won the battle, but I win the war.
I thought he was about to do a funny pose.
Stop this. I beg of thee. Let her go.
Darkness made manifest once abided in the depths of this abyss, until one day it dispersed in a haze of ether. In the absence of the great flow, that ether has nowhere to return. And so it has coalesced, giving rise to a mighty voidsent. Now feast. Feast upon this dragon and its ardent longing for home with it.
No!
That's bad. Oh, that tank buster sounds pretty funny. I'm glad that fight went well and that I was able to intuit a lot of it.
From the convergence of ancient and newborn, an entity without equal shall emerge. One who shall tear down the barrier between worlds. Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus, awaken!
Zeromus? Not Zeromus? Okay, good. I was afraid that Zero was going to be directly connected to Zeromus in some way. But yeah, of course Zeromus is in here somewhere. God. I understood that reference.
No matter how powerful, a voidsent can be sealed in Memoria.
Oh no. Good thing I have a billion healing spells.
Damn it. It's too strong.
Ah, the warding scale. What are you gonna do with
Our
that?
warding scales may not hold.
Oh.
Not against a voidsent born of Zodiark's ether.
That's a good point, I guess. Ah!
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
Nod. I'm sorry, Vritra. I will return, sister, and I will save thee. This I swear. Oh! This particular... Okay. I was wondering why Zeromus looked so different in this scene. And that's because this is the first form. Obviously. Like... you know. This one. That's what's going on there. I never interpreted this sprite as like a swooshy energy. Swooshy as you've put it. It seemed like a weird, like, massive tentacles or hair or something before. But I get it. I get where they're going with that. Curse you, Gulbez. ... Are we all unharmed? We made it back safely, at least. Oh right, the Puffin is still here. The Puffin is here for levity. I'd forgotten about the Puffin because they weren't present on the Red Moon. Zeromus. Hat tilt. Yeah, a little bit. And the funny bugs over there. In light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is an accomplishment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated Ashdaya's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with a newborn void sent hell's bent on breaching the rift. And one with such prodigious strength, Zeromus is unlike anything I have ever seen. So named for an ancient hero, as Gulbez said, though none can say if there is even a sliver of truth to the legends. Perhaps Gulbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could in the Contra Memoria, save the world. But a true hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen. But regardless, we need to regroup. Nod. Aye. Loath though I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a voidsent of Zeromus' might. Vritra, not least of all, in body and mind both. For now, let us return to Radzatan and take stock of the situation. Very well. Sucro, might I trouble you to head to Bestway's burrow and apprise Urianger of the situation? Nod. The rest of us shall tend Vritra's wounds before returning to Radzatan. Pray join us there anon. But I'm the healer. Well, I guess you have white magic. Hat tip. I guess Shastola's got healing. Zeromus. Hat tip. Ashtola expended a great deal of ether to open the Void Gate, and Zero took a vicious blow from Zeromus. But worry not, I'm well enough to keep everyone safe. And when we've finished here, be sure to get some rest, you've earned it. Dire though these circumstances may seem, Vritra must keep the faith. But despite Gulbez's claim, there is still a war to fight. A war we must win. Understandable. To say ... So yeah, the seal and the Void Gate's just here now. Presumably the Void Gate will close after 6.5, potentially. So the map will change yet again. In some way. Anyway, yeah, I like that fight. I didn't mention that I liked it. I just mentioned that I'm glad that it went well and that I was able to intuit stuff. I might like it partially because I was able to intuit more of it. Admittedly. It's difficult to drive straight again. But it was cool. Urianger, bad things are happening. Ah, Sucro, thou art returned. I am pleased to say it hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, What of your mission in the Void? It's bad. Heavens forfend, that Ashdaya should be used to birth a dread voidsent born of Zodiac's residual ether. Although we could not have predicted this outcome, there is one small mercy, the voidsent containment seal. As we employed the self-same brands that once imprisoned Zodiac in its creation, the seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. I did get clipped by the marching AoEs both times, I think, but like not in a unsalvageable way. Yet for how long none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? And I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Should we observe signs of an impending incursion, rest assured I shall send word without delay. Go well, my friend. Ah, Mr. Sucro, we have been expecting you. When the satrap and your comrades returned earlier, I couldn't help but notice that they were in low spirits. I hope it is nothing too serious. But forgive me, you must be eager to join them, if you would follow me. Yeah, things are pretty serious right now.
Do you remember Ciriato and Farfarello? The cowardly pair of voidsent that dwelled in my domain?
I do. Nod.
Ciriato devoured Farfarello, and in so doing he inherited an all-consuming fear of Barbariccia. For as you know, when a voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer. And when a voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more.
So we can still save Ashdaya, is what you're saying.
That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Ashdaya. And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Smile. Multiple smiles.
Thy words give me heart, Zero. Thou hast my gratitude.
Nod. Smile.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a voidsent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say?
He said basically the same thing.
I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Ajdaya's soul to the ethereal sea.
Oh yeah,
Any
that's
attempt
true.
to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
Good point.
I could barely go near it. Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Well, we have to use the crystal on them. And until the crystal item is the key item crystal is used, then Zeromus is invincible. Oh wait, we're back on the source. Hold on. We don't need this filter right now.
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light.
Yeah, like a crystal.
And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light.
Oh, that's why we're going there. I've seen some pictures. Moon's no longer haunted. Gasp.
The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me. With our recent discoveries and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Yeah, maiming buddies, that's right.
Fine by me. Come on then.
That's a good point.
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Nod. I wonder if Zero can do the portal thing. Probably, right? Ajdaya is my sister, and I have long have I dreamed of saving her. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again. This I swear. I will hold fast to my conviction, Sucro, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th. It is purple now instead of just red. I could switch the filter back on real quick, but I don't think I will. Purple.
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil. But what is another moment on this long journey I have endured? It remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain.
Fade to white and a fade to black.
As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
Golbez refers to this mysterious, fully armored figure as his friend a lot. I don't know what you're suggesting by saying that. I guess given how Void Scent worked, they could have fused. Actually, now that I think about it. That could be something? I don't know. You win or you die. Wow. You can't say someone is Xenos' reflection just because he says the word friend a lot. I strongly disagree with your theory, and I admit to bias because of my absolute distaste for Xenos and anything that has to do with him. Y'shtola gets an orb leader. I don't see any connections, sorry. I see absolutely no connection between those two, other than large guy with armor. Yeah, they do know it. They were clearly demonstrated to be actual friends. I think he's referring to him as a friend because they were friends. I think Xenos should never be mentioned again and we should all kill him forever in our memories. Or something. Time to set up my bot to ban anyone that says Xenos. I don't have a bot. I am the bot. By which I mean I have automated messages play through my own, what's it? Username. I won't actually do that. There could be some point at which we need to actually discuss Xenos, probably, I freaking guess. I hate him though. Anyway. Well. My offhand guess that Golbez in the flashbacks could be our reflection. Hi, someone who's going for the very classic black mage look. Neat. My offhand comment or guess that that could be possible was entirely because of the perspective of that memory. But actually, now that I'm thinking about it, that memory was from the perspective of Golbez, but Golbez is alive. So is the Golbez that we know actually the other guy? He did use the other guy's sword. And also the image that we just saw of Durante holding Golbez's helmet. Okay, my new actual theory is that... Yeah, is that... we're actually dealing with Durante. Golbez is the one who actually died. I should have paid more attention to what Durante's voice sounded like in that flashback too. I mean, I could find it here. Wherever that is. But never mind. I don't want to navigate this menu. Well, maybe. Maybe with a mouse. It'll be less of a pain. I have no idea what cutscene I'd be looking for here. Strangely familiar memories through the power of the echo, it says. Also. That's probably because of Zero telling the story, I guess. Is this the cutscene? I think so, yes.
Did you find something?
No, I want to see the actual flashback where Durante is talking.
A memorial.
And it's from Golbez's perspective. Because I want to compare the Golbez voice and the Durante voice. Dang it, I guess that's cutscene 2. Now we know that cutscenes are cut off at the memory part. I just need to hear Durante talk. Like, this is definitely the sword that Golbez uses in the fight.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
Yeah, that's the same voice. 100%. 100% same voice. The Golbez that we know is actually Durante. The actual Golbez is dead. We can even double check. We have to look at the purple again for a bit, though. Purple. I have...
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil.
I think it's the same voice, but with a little bit of different voice direction and a filter. Anyway, did you say Ilbrid Sloppy Dot Wave? Because I have that here somewhere. It's going to have a little bit of reverb because of how this is set up, I think. I have to find it.
Sloppy!
There it is. I still fondly remember how I did that. I told this story before, I guess. I did that dungeon on release day. And as soon as I heard Ilbrid say his voice lines, I immediately knew they would become memes, and they did. It was like being a prophet of meme. Prolamigo! I don't have that one, I just had the... Mostly the sloppy, but also... yeah. A meme detection. To be fair, I also find a lot of things funny that haven't become memes, probably. Anyway. That was Final Fantasy XIV. Main story quest 6.4, The Dark Throne. And that means that the next stream is Final Fantasy XIV main story quest 6.5, Growing Light. And then we don't have any Final Fantasy XIV until the patch, which is still difficult to comprehend. What do you think, Puffin? That's the sound the Puffin makes, I guess. I'm insisting on this. So, thank you all for watching. As usual, regrettably, I will do the usual plug. BorealRobin.card.co or below the stream. You can consider looking at various links. And you can consider giving me money in various ways, but it's not necessary. I don't really enjoy the plug, but it is technically probably something I should do, maybe more often even. Anyway. But yeah. Golbez, not quite defeated, but was lasered in the knee or whatever. Hooray. And also Golbez is probably not the original Golbez. Regardless, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you on the next stream. I still don't know about the whole farewell and good morning thing. I don't have a sign-off catchphrase. Good night, everybody. I appreciate all of you watching my stream. Good night.